to take place in Washington. Speakers include Khalid Mohammed from the Nation of Islam, the Reverend Al Sharpton, and others. Louis Farrakhan, leader of the Nation of Islam, has called on African-American males to march tomorrow in the nation's capital. Because of technical difficulty, we join this program in progress.
No justice? No justice? No justice? It is certainly a great day to see all of the family here together. And let's congratulate Unity Nation for bringing us together for this weekend. There's a great anticipation, not only in Washington, D.C., but around the world, about what has happened that has Black men standing up, straight and erect, marching forward. We don't know how many will be here tomorrow, but we know that millions want to be here. We won't play the numbers game. Just the idea that we can call for 1 million Black men to come together. Just the idea that we can redefine our destiny, our role, and our mission. Just the idea that we can create a holy day for ourselves that will be an atonement to ourselves and to our ancestors. Just the idea that we can come and lay out an agenda, getting African peoples ready for the 21st century. Just the idea in and of itself is revolutionary. The fact that we will be coming by the hundreds of thousands and possibly by the millions makes it more than a revolution. It's a new day. And I'm glad to see all of you here. I'm glad that God, Supreme Allah, has allowed myself and Tony Martin and Brother James Smalls and others to fly safely from England this morning and arrive into New York this afternoon and get here in Washington, D.C. We just left the Manchester Conference in England that represented the 5th Pan-African Congress held in 1945, when great African leaders came together to envision a new world for African peoples. This weekend, we celebrated the 50th anniversary of that meeting. That meeting is a part of a historical process of African awakening, just as this weekend and this activity is a part of that historical process of African awakening. In 1945, 50 years ago, several outstanding Black men came together and envisioned a new African world. Those men included Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, who came from Ghana, came to America, was hit with the spirit of Marcus Garvey, and he was in Manchester with the others, envisioning a free Africa, self-governing. But in 1945, there were no seriously free African nations. Liberia was semi-free, and Ethiopia had just come out from under the yoke of the Italian invasion and occupation. But Nkrumah was there in Manchester to envision a new world and a new day for African peoples. Along with Kwame Nkrumah was Jomo Kenyatta, who had finished his studies in England and was envisioning a new world for the East African family of our people in Kenya. And Jomo Kenyatta went back to Kenya, and with the Africans of Kenya began to rise. The Black man began to take his destiny in his hand, and he began to strike a blow for his freedom and liberation and the freedom and liberation of his families. And the Mau Mau movement was started as a result of the movement and coming together of Black men such as Jomo Kenyatta, taking back what the African highlands that had been called the White Highlands of Kenya. Who was at the Manchester Conference 50 years ago, which laid the foundations for our great coming together this weekend? George Padmore, a beautiful brother from the Caribbean, from Trinidad, where Tony Martin is from. And Padmore wrote a great book called Pan-Africanism or Communism. He had made his allegiance with African peoples, and he stood by the side of Kwame Nkrumah as he went to Ghana to help lay the foundations of the independence movement for Africa. Who was there in 1945? Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois, who had moved around this land, raising the banner of African consciousness, and finally made his move to Africa. In the latter part of his life, he was exiled in Ghana, and he tried to raise the spirit of Pan-Africanism, although he had made some conflicting mistakes of moving against Marcus Garvey and dancing to the wrong tune of others who called for an attack on Marcus Garvey. Who was there in 1945? Russ McConnell, who was one of the coordinators of the conference and helped lay the foundation for this Pan-African consciousness. Look, brothers and sisters, at the history we're making. 1945, there were no free African nations, but within a few years, the movement started in East Africa, the movement started in West Africa, the movement started in North Africa, the movement started in Southern Africa. Within a few years, there was a movement worldwide, an awakening taking place. And it was not just with African peoples, it also was in Asia. 1946, Indonesia becomes independent. 1947, India, led by Gandhi, becomes independent. 1949, the People's Republic becomes independent, led by Mao Zedong. 1952, Gamal Nasser and General Naguib become the first Black men to rule in Egypt for 2,000 years as Egypt takes its independence. 1953, Mossadegh leads a revolution in Iran to try to take over the oil. 1954-55, there's movements in the streets of Montgomery. There's movements in the Caribbean. 1955, the Bandung Conference takes place. 1956, the Sudan becomes independent. 1957, Ghana's independence. 1958, Sekou Touré strikes a blow for African freedom and says no to the Gaul. And in fact, Sekou Touré stands as a great monument to our liberation struggle, a great Black man who believed and who acted on this creed. Nous préférons la misère dans la liberté à l'opulence dans l'esclavage. We prefer misery and liberty than opulence and slavery. This is our brother, Sekou Touré, who stands as a symbol of our power. 1959, with the movement in the Sierra Madres, Castro begins to lead a revolution in Cuba. 1960, an explosion of independence takes place in Africa. 1960 later, it spreads into the Caribbean, spreads into East Africa. In the 1970s, it hits the Portuguese colonies. The revolution in Mozambique, Angola, and Guinea-Bissau is successful. In the 80s, it hits Zimbabwe, and eventually in the 90s, it goes all the way down into Southern Africa, Azania, and Namibia. These are historical times, brothers and sisters. We are in a 50-year turning point of history of African peoples. Let the Black man stand up and take his place. Tomorrow, we will be coming together to deal with our holy day and our atonement as we link our strengths and our spirits and our hearts together. Today, we need to seriously talk about and think about the Holocaust of African peoples that has been described by our sister, Marimba Ani, Donna Richards, as the Maafa, the great disaster, the great death. And we need to understand that no one can dismiss the Holocaust of African enslavement, the death and destruction visited upon our people. You need to study it. You need to understand it because it is part of the system of white supremacy and a manifestation of it that is still alive and well. And it is that system that we have to continually challenge. It is not only a system of enslavement physically for African peoples, it's a system of enslavement spiritually for African peoples. It's a system of enslavement psychologically for African peoples. That's why the vision was given to the minister, Louis Farrakhan, to come up with the concept of a day of atonement to free us from the shackles of spiritual and psychological enslavement. This historical moment cannot be lost upon our people. There will be a lot of coverage that will be negative, but you can expect that. You need to look at me and understand that. There has been more negativity passed in the press and on the TV and in the computers about Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Nana Kwakujua Ajima II, the Agogo School Ashanti, than any person that you know currently alive. But here I stand, brothers and sisters, standing strong in my Blackness, standing strong with Minister Farrakhan, standing strong with the others that are around him, standing strong with you. It is for you that I raise these questions of our African truth. It is for you that I said there is no history without African history. It is for you that I said that the beginning of world history begins with African people. It is for you that I made it clear that if there is a beginning of humankind, there is an African origin of humanity. It is for you that I said that as humankind evolved in large-brained human Homo sapiens sapiens, that process took place in Africa. It is for you that I raised up that the cradle of civilization was not in Greece, not in Rome, not in England, not in France, not in Germany, but in Africa, in the Nile Valley, with Africans in Ethiopia and Nubia. It is for you that I raised the question of our Ma'afa, the death and destruction visited upon our people that we can never forget. If others can say never, never, never again, we can say never, 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 never again will African peoples be subjected to the oppression that has been visited upon us. It's a new day. This is not an end of a process. This is a continuation of a process. And you need to get your minds and your hearts together and study it. And when you study it, we will be atoning tomorrow to our people. But there is a world of people who have nurtured at the trough of white supremacy that have not begun to atone to African peoples. And those peoples are going to have to wake up and hope that their day of atonement will come. We're looking for an atonement for those people who pulled together those Hollywood movies, which still are devastating the image of African peoples. We're looking for atonement of those peoples who met around Christopher Columbus and gave him the contract to enslave the Native Americans as he came across that Atlantic Ocean looking for the East and found the West, didn't know where he was, but still he had in his pocket a contract signed by the Pope in Rome and by the royalty of Spain that he would be the admiral of all the seas he crossed. He would be the captain and the administrator of all the lands he discovered. Christopher Columbus began the process of devilishness that became the transatlantic slave trade, first taking Native Americans back to Spain. And later, when the plantations were established in the New World and white labor couldn't meet the need and Native American labor couldn't meet the need, then African labor was brought over, blessed by the Catholic Church. Bartolomeo de las Casas was the Catholic priest that asked that the church in Rome and that the Spanish throne bring over Africans to help save Native Americans' souls. So the process of our enslavement has to be seen in terms of all of these people that were involved atoning for what was the African Holocaust or Ma'afa. If the Catholic Church initiated the process, it didn't take long for the Protestant Revolution to create the Protestant involvement in the process. So the Danes, the Dutch, the Swedes, the Scots, the English, Huguenot French were all involved. And it did not take long for people who were in Spain with Columbus's people, who were in the Protestant nations with the Dutch and the Danes and the English. It didn't take long for people who were Jewish merchants and bankers. We're waiting for the Catholics to atone, for the Protestants to atone, and for the Jews to atone for the process of African enslavement. And I stand here with the truth in my mind and my heart about all of those that were involved. We're not a vicious people attacking others, but we have to live by the terrible truth that sucked us into enslavement, or worse, in the history of humankind, because the mothers and fathers of humanity were denuded of their humanness. That's what enslavement in America was all about. Enslavement in the West Indies, enslavement in the South America was all about. It wasn't about trade. It wasn't about selling crops. It was about denuding the African who gave birth to the human family, the African who conceived of the God concept, the African who conceived of laws by which we could live a moral and ethical life, The African who laid the foundations for science and medicine, statecraft, diplomacy, architecture. It was this African who gave this enormous legacy to the world, who was denuded of his personness that we are attempting to restore as we come together for this Million-Man March. This is serious times, brothers and sisters. This is serious times, brothers and sisters. And as we touch into that power that is within, and as we link it with God Supreme Allah, we're going to refashion our world. We're not going to be defined by the Hollywood images. We're not going to be defined by the newspapers and CNN and C-SPAN and all those twisted news reports that we have. We're not going to be defined by these universities. We're not going to be defined by Harvard, Princeton, or Yale. We're not going to be defined by Howard, Morehouse, or Spelman. We're going to be defined by our own consciousness of who and what we are. African peoples taking their destiny in their hands, carving out a new world for themselves. But it's not going to be easy because we're up against a system of domination, destruction, and death. And when you analyze this system, you not only have to see your history, but you have to analyze their history. If you want to know how they were able to suck us into an enslavement, you got to study white enslavement. You got to study the white slave trade that existed 1,000 years before the African slave trade in Europe. You have to study the destruction of white women at the hands of white men for you to understand why there was no hold barred in the death and destruction of the Native Americans and African peoples. You need to study white history along with the history of African, Asians, and Latin peoples to get a full understanding of the system of domination, destruction, and death that has been visited upon us. This system is supported all around the world by a whole host of people who want to be honorary whites. You need an analysis now. There are Negroes in America. We need to use the N-word. When I'm talking about the N-word, I'm talking about Negroes. There are Negroes in America who want to be, who are on their knees to be honorary whites. You got one sitting in the Supreme Court now in a chair that was the legacy of Thurgood Marshall, a freedom fighter for African peoples, who is a Tom beyond Toms called Thomas, on his knees to white folks. Put that on CNN. We're not worried about the Supreme Court now because the Supreme Court just turned down our appeal to the Supreme Court. Now we can tell the truth. Ain't no lawyers holding me back now. Thomas, okay. Uncle Thomas, Uncle Thomas, Uncle Thomas, Uncle Thomas. But let's get serious, brothers and sisters, because we're not dealing with a fool. We're dealing with a product of a system. He was created, manufactured, he has been imposed upon us. And let's get smart. In that whole scenario of Uncle Tom's Cabin, Uncle Tom was trying to survive. The real definition of negativity was Sambo. What we have on the Supreme Court is Sambo Tom. Sambo Tom, who will do anything to ingratiate himself with white folks. But let's get serious. I'm gonna leave you with this. Whenever Dr. J speaks, and I'll be speaking at Howard tonight, so I'm leaving here, getting off the plane from England. I'm running up to Howard, and I'm inspired by your spirit. But what I'm calling for is a systems analysis. You've got to study. You've got to discipline yourself. You've got to sit at the feet of the masters. You've got to develop a systems analysis. White folks are afraid that you will start to think critically. They're afraid that you will start to make your own decisions. And let me leave you with this. As we build our system capability to create a new world, you need three things in relationship. You need economics, you need politics, and you need culture. In fact, I use the pyramid as an example of this. I'm gonna try to wind down quickly. I use the pyramid as an example of developing a true consciousness of African people. At one polarity, you have economics. At the other polarity, you have politics. But your economics and politics cannot speak to you unless you have a cultural clarity, a cultural identity. And that's what this march is going to help us do. Economics is what you produce, and we're very productive people. Politics is not games played by politicians. Politics is the management of your life and the management of your economics. We are all involved in politics. We need a science of political African development and helping the Black man and Black woman rise. We need a science of how to use our economic productivity for ourselves. We need a cultural dynamic that lets us know who to work with, who to struggle with, who to die for, and who to sacrifice for. But if you're culturally confused, you'll be doing it like the Clarence Thomases of the world for other peoples. But let's not just focus on an individual. Let's deal with the system. The system says that we as African peoples in America earn and produce $500 billion, $400 to $500 billion. But we as African people in America do not use that wealth for the development of our communities. It is consumerism to the max. We hope after the Day of Atonement that African peoples will begin to take that wealth that they earn and start to use it to build for the future. And listen to this, brothers and sisters, if you earned $500 billion this year, next year it will be $600 billion. The following year it will be $700 billion. By the year 2000, over these next 5 years, African peoples will have produced anywhere between $3 to $4 trillion. Where is our plan to spend that $3 or $4 trillion for our development? We don't need welfare checks. We don't need handouts. We need to take our own wealth and make it work for ourselves. We need an African politics, a black man's politics, a black woman's politics that tells us how to manage that money, how to build factories, how to build cooperatives, how to take back some of that land we lost in the South, how to relate to our communities in the Caribbean and in Brazil and Latin America, how to relate to the African continent, the richest continent on the world. It's a new day, brothers and sisters. It's time to wake up. The politics of African people should not be the politics of worrying about whether we put in a Clinton in office. It should be worried about whether we put in somebody who will understand our BIP, our values, our interests, and our principles. So there'll be a new day politically. We'll arm ourselves with the political power that we can garner, but we will not use it as we traditionally have. We will be looking to establish an African power base that will help deliver to the Black nation. And brothers and sisters, my last comment is we've got to understand what culture is all about. Culture is values. And if you don't understand how you, then you miss the boat. Next of his time in South Africa, Steve Biko left us with this analysis. And in this statement, you'll find a great deal that you can learn from. Steve Biko, before they bashed his brains out and giving his life in the struggle in South Africa, Steve Biko left us with these most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. The most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. We have to take back our mind, take back our spirit, and weld it together into a liberation struggle. Culture cannot be dismissed. It relates to politics. Politics cannot be dismissed. It relates to economics. And when we pull these three things together, we'll be on our way. And that's got to be our plan after tomorrow. I'm going to leave you with this one image to let you know what we're all about. Take the tab down. Dominating the skyline of Washington, D.C. is an image. It's a symbol. Most people in the world think that this symbol represents the great white men of property and power. Most people would tell you that this is the Washington Monument. We need to let you know, to let our young people know, to let our elders tell the truth, that this symbol is your symbol. This is an ancient symbol going back to the beginning of time. A symbol representing the resurrection, a symbol representing regeneration, a symbol representing the ability of the Black family to come together and resurrect the Black man, to resurrect the Black God concept. This is not a symbol for a great slave master. And you got to remember that Washington was all of that. Jefferson was all of that. In fact, I describe them very aptly as rich white men with property and power, the founding fathers, slave master bastards that laid the foundation for our degradation in this nation. To go to a store, thinking that teachers are worried about Washington and the cherry tree. A Black youngster needs to know, why did Washington have several plantations of enslaved Africans? I don't think Black youngsters need to go to schools repeating what the so-called Thomas Jefferson said in the Declaration of Independence, that all men are created equal. He didn't believe it. We need to ask our youngsters, to ask the teachers, why did Thomas Jefferson have hundreds of slave master family are the pastors in this nation. And I'm not apologizing for using that. People who have enslaved you, people who have destroyed your ancestors, people who built a nation on freedom, justice, and equality for themselves and built you in as the enslaved population and built your brothers and sisters, the Native Americans, as the disinherited population, they need to be called what they were, slave master bastards. As we come together to learn, this is the image of the greatest institution of the ancient world. This is the pillared temple of Waset. This is where the Greeks went to learn, to sit at the feet of the Africans, learn science, mathematics, philosophy. This was a temple university that taught character as well as skills. This is a university that taught diplomacy as well as philosophy. When you see a pillared temple in Washington, you usually think of the Lincoln Memorial, but now, as we stretch out along that mall between the Capitol and the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial, we need to think Black, think African, think Pillar Temple. Think about this institution where Black men learned that they were the trustees of their people's destiny. They learned leadership skills. They learned to tap into their spirituality. They learned that each of the pillars of the Great Lodge and the Great Hall represent a moral and ethical principle of the 42 African declarations of innocence. 42 commandments before the 10. We need to take our truth and our destiny in our hands. We're here in this great capital of these great United States. And you need to know that they're great because of your strength. They're great because of what came out of your mind and what came out of your back and brawn. They're great because you contributed in unbelievable dimensions to the development of this nation. When you see electricity, think Black. Just don't think Thomas Alva Edison. Think Lewis Lattimore. When you put on a pair of shoes, think Black. Just don't think White. Think Jan Massingweather. When you open up your refrigerator, think back, Frederick Jones. When you get on the railroad cars, think back, Granville Woods. A whole host of things that are part of this nation in terms of modern technology come out of the mind of the Black man and woman. But the most important legacy that we have left in this nation is the legacy of struggle for liberty and justice against all type of odds. That's the legacy of my grandfather coming out of Georgia, my grandfather coming out of Virginia, and my grandfather coming out of Virginia going back to the Native Americans. The legacy of struggle is what you've got to master. And I want to leave you with that. No people in the history of the world have our history. No people have it in terms of greatness. Nobody has achieved as we have achieved. But nobody has it in terms of struggle against what is injustice. As Africans were yanked out of their villages and taken into the holes of those dungeon forts along the coast of Africa, waiting for those prison ships to come in the night to take them across that middle passage. They resisted. They resisted when they landed on these shores. They couldn't build a colony in the northern hemisphere called North America for almost 100 years because every time a settlement came, Africans revolted and joined the Native Americans. They could not build on North America until they came with a complete white settlement. That's Jamestown. That's Plymouth Rock. But even these white colonies could not survive until our ancestors, the Native Americans, came down and brought them some corn, brought them some turkeys, and allowed them to survive. They were at the basis of starvation when our people rescued them. When our people got to Brazil, they resisted and went into the highlands of Brazil and established a symbol of resistance like nobody else has in their history. It is called the Republic of Palmares. It was started in the beginning of the 1600s. It lasted for almost 100 years. In November, we will be going to Brazil, November the 17th, 18th, to meet with the Brazilian African population to celebrate November 20th, which is the Black Brazilian National Day. It will be the 300th anniversary of the celebration of the Zumbi resistance in the Republic of Palmares. We're linking up with our brothers and sisters in Brazil. Let 1 million or 2 million Black men stand up in Brazil. And then this struggle of resistance continued in the Caribbean. When Africans went into the highlands of Jamaica and the other islands and created the maroon communities. When Africans went into the backwoods and swamps of Suriname and Guyana and created the Siramaka and Njuka Bush Negro republics. When Africans went with the priest Bookman into the highlands of Haiti and mapped out the greatest slave rebellion in the history of the world. African peoples throwing off their chains and establishing a free Haiti. And that struggle continued in these Americas. And it was the struggle of Africans who escaped into the swamps of Florida and Georgia, bonded with the Seminole Indian, and produced those 4 Seminole Indian Wars in the 19th century. And that tradition of revolt continued with the Denmark Vesey's and the Gabriel Prosses and the Nat Turners, and was passed down to the Malcolm X and now on to Minister Louis Farrakhan and a whole host of others. We need to see this struggle of resistance and make it real. I'm glad to be here with my brother, Tony Martin, who stands in the spirit of Marcus Garvey. I'm glad to be here with my brother, Miri Baraka, who I went to school with at Newark, New Jersey, who has been a symbol of a struggle, a poet, creative, warrior, scholar, who left a legacy of struggle for us. And now let me leave you with this last image that we need to take it all back. We need to take it all back. And one of the things we need to take back is this image. It stands in the harbor of New York. It is called the Statue of the Liberty. Most white folks coming to America, these tens of millions that have come as immigrants, saw the statue standing there with their torch and thought the statue was in the harbor for them. They took the statue to their bosom. But we African peoples have to begin to live by our African truth. And you need to know, and the world needs to know, that the Statue of Liberty doesn't have a damn thing to do with immigrants coming in from Europe. The Statue of Liberty has to do with your sacred struggle for liberation in these lands. The Statue of Liberty has to do with African peoples who knew that the struggle of over slavery could not be won by negotiation, who knew that arms had to be taken up in order for that struggle to be resolved. African peoples from the beginning of the first shot on Sumter, Fort Sumter, were ready to arm themselves to fight for liberation. But Lincoln, your so-called emancipator, said, no, let's keep this a white man's war. And as he kept it a white man's war, just as they tried to do in the Revolutionary War, keep it a white man's war, they began to lose the war. And when they began to lose the war, then they called for black power, black troops, black men to stand up and fight. And black men came and they stood, hundreds of thousands of them. The continent, the Union Army had over 200,000 black men. Over 30,000+ gave their lives. The Union Navy had tens of thousands of black men. It was these blacks in arms and the 250,000 that supported the army. It was this 500,000 black men standing that transformed the world that is called the United States. 500,000 to 1 million white men deserted the war. The Irish were rioting against black people. 500,000 black men marched for freedom in these United States, and they ended slavery. 4 million of us were freed. And we saved this damn nation. And the nation rewarded us by putting us back into semi-slavery after the Reconstruction period. But a Frenchman called Edward René Lafleur de la Boulaye, whose picture is right here in this magazine, which I got from the French consulate. This Frenchman was a true libertarian, not a Thomas Jefferson libertarian. This Frenchman was the head of the French Anti-Slave Society. This Frenchman's partner was Victor Hugo. This Frenchman sent a medal with his buddies to John Brown after the raid on Harper's Ferry. This Frenchman stood for principle. It is this Frenchman whose name we all should know, Edward René Lafleur de la Boulaye, who came up with the idea of the Statue of Liberty after we had freed ourselves from enslavement and saved this nation. The Statue of Liberty doesn't have a damn thing to do with immigrants coming in from Europe. And the key to understanding that today is that because racist America could not accept the image of a black liberation symbol with the broken chains of enslavement, this Frenchman reworked with his partner Bartholdi the statue into a white image. But to be true to the original idea, chains are still at the base of the Statue of Liberty, coming out of both legs under the robe. And you know, and I know, the only people that come to these Americas in chains were African peoples. But you know and I know that we've led the greatest liberation struggle in the history of the world up through mighty race. You can accomplish what you will. If there is no struggle, there is no progress. Hotep. Assalamu alaikum. Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar. Let's give it up for Leonard Jeffries, brothers and sisters. Yo, we're going to let that thing back, let it back, so we can provide some more seats for everybody. Brothers and sisters, this is a glorious day. This is a great day. This is a day of atonement. This is the day of the black man and the black woman. We got brothers and sisters from all over the country. We got New York in the house. We got Chicago in the house. We got Detroit in the house. Let the whole world know. We got North Carolina in the house. We got South Carolina in the house. We got Georgia in the house. We got all black people from all over the country in the house. I'm going to bring up, brothers and sisters. Oh, this is so great. I love Minister Farrakhan, the Moses in our day. He's Moses, brothers and sisters. He's going up against the Pharaoh of this day, the new Grand Wizard Gingrich. He's going up against the Bill Clintons. He's going up against the Pineapple Dogs. He's going up against the Illuminatis. He's going up against the secret societies. He's going up against the ADL. These are all the pharaohs of this day. And he's standing strong like Moses, because he is Moses in our midst today, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. All right, I'm going to bring up my beloved brother, author, playwright, poet. He knew Elaine Locke. He knew E. Franklin Frazier. He knew Sterling Brown and was trained by Sterling Brown. He knew Chancellor Williams and was trained by Chancellor Williams. We're going to have Dr. Khalid Mohammed's going to be here. Al Sharpton's on the way. Alton Maddox is on the way. But we're going to bring on our brother, our poet, our author, our playwright. Let's bring them on with a warm welcome, Amira Baraka.
Thank you very much. I didn't know the brother was going to say all that. First, I want to, my brother there, Barringer High School, Newark, New Jersey, Brother Jeffries, he talked about this man. So I think I'll begin this by reading this poem, since I am a poet. And I'm going to end with a poem, since I am a poet, so I can keep my license in the Poets Society. And you know, there's some people that are so backward, you got to turn their names around so you understand who they are. You understand what I mean? So that the gentleman he was talking about is this gentleman here named Tom Ash Clarence. That's what he's talking about. So I want to begin by reading this poem about Mr. T.A.C. Tacky. And it would begin like this. I'm coming, my head is bending low. I hear the gentle voices calling Tom Ash Clarence. Ask these knees if there's a Negro attached to them. Ask these knees who they belong to and how long they've been here pinned to the ground. These knees can talk, child. First time I seen knees talk. But these knees can talk. These knees can cry. These knees can even lie. Only knees had a program on TV. Only knees married to a pornography of naked nuns. Only knees can exist without anybody, without no legs or thighs or feet or anything. The only knees can exist independent of anything, completely by themselves, autonomous. These are self-made knees, prosperous knees, proud knees, shiny knees. These knees are called knees grows. Like I said, these knees be on television. They got their own show. I got it. Thank you. I'm here. I want to talk just a little bit about it, then I want to end with a poem. But first, I'm here to see two things: revolutionary unity and unified struggle. Those are the things we need. And it is Du Bois' question that we must answer, you know, in the souls of Black folks. Because if you haven't read The Souls of Black Folks, let that be one of the things you do to atone. What Du Bois asked was this. He said, how does it feel to be a problem? And that's the first clarification necessary to eliminate what we call the double consciousness. You know what the double consciousness is? The double consciousness is seeing yourself through the eyes of people that hate you. Check it out. Seeing yourself through the eyes of people that hate you. That is to look at yourself, and Du Bois said, to look at yourself with that mixture of amusement and contempt. See, that's why all them Hollywood movies is funny. Funny Negroes, Spike Lee, funny Negroes. Wesley Snipes, contemptible Negroes. So that even when you look at the Negroes, you distance yourself from yourself. You are alienated from yourself and suffer the double consciousness, that is to be Black and American. You understand what I mean? So that what Du Bois said is this, he said, our Americanness is mainly on paper, but our Afro-Americanness is objective reality. Now, once you understand that, then you don't have to go for the double consciousness. You can begin to recognize the necessity of what has to be done. And the reason I'm reading this is because I want to make sure that I say some things that you need to say. I just don't want to come down here and rah you. And then you go outside and the same thing happened to you. And you better be aware that since y'all was cheering for OJ had $7 million. That's why he's free. And you ain't gonna see him here. You ain't gonna see him there. You ain't gonna see him nowhere. And the very sisters that freed him, he had denounced 20 years ago, saying he didn't like no Black women. Yet you jump up and down and applaud for a rich American that gets free. If you got $7 million, you can get free, whatever color you is. Whether you did it or not, y'all need to be talking about free Mumia. Mumia is innocent. That's who you need to be talking about. Forget OJ. You need to get with the real world. OJ don't care nothing about you. Mumia was a Black Panther struggling for the Afro-American people. Where's people jumping up and down supporting him? Where's the people trying to get Geronimo Pratt out of jail? Tell me about that. All the Black Panthers that died for you, all the brothers and sisters in the Black Liberation Movement, and there were sisters too. Now, wait a minute. See, now, wait a minute. I come here to celebrate the Honorable Louis Farrakhan and to celebrate revolutionary unity. But as for myself, if I was going to war, I would bring my whole army. I would bring my whole army, especially knowing how hard these sisters can hit. They should have been here with us. But we have to unify this two-ness. We have to ask ourselves, not be split between ourselves. We have to ask ourselves, who are we? Like the poet asked, who are we? Remember Amos Moore? Brother went crazy in the struggle in the 60s. Y'all cheering for OJ. Amos Moore locked up crazy, struggling. Warrior poet. He said, who are we? Where are we going? See, that's what you need to ask yourself, you American, and you African, you two people in one head. You need to ask you, who are we? Who are we? Where are we going? And those are the initial questions that should be put in the correct frame of mind so that our answers take us up the beginning of the road to self-determination. Self-determination, the sacred right of all peoples, the democratic and collective control of our own lives and destiny. Because if we do not, or will not ask those questions of ourselves is likely because we are suffering from what the good doctor calls a double consciousness. The mind of the slave in conflict, whether he is free or oppressed. To see ourselves, as I said, through the eyes of the people that hate us. And I want to give all respect to the masses of people who have come here to DC to be counted in this national mobilization of the Afro-American people to demonstrate our will to unity, because above all, brothers and sisters, we need unity. We must come together, even if it is to argue. Just the way you see those people in the Capitol of the United States, you see them Democrats and Republicans, what they be doing? They be rah, 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 rah. But when they come out of that, what do they say? Well, I don't even agree with this, the law. That is the sophistication Malcolm X called for. That is the sophistication that Martin Luther King stood for. And remember, we are all their children. We are all their children. And whether we support Garvey or Du Bois, remember that monopoly capitalism, racism, white supremacy exiled both of those brothers. At the end of their lives, they were both overseas. And whether you like Martin Luther King or Malcolm X, remember, they was both dead in the ground. And so the question is, when will we unify? Not how large we're going to make this group, or how large we're going to make this group, or how big we're going to make this group, but when will we become sophisticated enough to be one group? And so when they see black me, they see black we. Do you understand that? When they see black we, they see black me. That is what we need. We need a united front. But first of all y'all revolutionaries, I see a bunch of y'all in the house too. See a bunch of y'all used to march, went to jail with each other, got our teeth knocked out, dragged through the streets. First thing we need to do is quit saying that the movement is over. Where's Stokely Carmichael? Where's Matt Brown? Where's Robert Williams? Where's Amiri Baraka? Where's Bobby Seale? Where's Angela Davis? We need to say, all you brothers and sisters who gave your life for the salvation of the Afro-American people, we need to call them together because we need a revolutionary front. We need a revolutionary front. And after that revolutionary front, let that revolutionary front provide the revolutionary motion to call together the whole people. Minister Farrakhan has done his job. He has brought 1 million of y'all here. And you know all of y'all ain't no Muslims. You know all of y'all ain't no Christians. You know all of y'all ain't no nationalists. You know all of y'all ain't no communists. Some of y'all is Hare Krishnaites. Some of y'all is vegetarians. Some of y'all is Democrats. Some of y'all is Republicans. Some of y'all just like to go to the movies. But he has done his job by bringing us all together. The next thing we must do is insist what we tried to do in 1972 in Gary. Remember that? Remember that? The Gary Convention, 8,000 Black people in one place, representatives from every state in the Union. What did we come up with? Something called the Black Agenda. Who sold it out? Who sold it out? Look up there on the hill. Don't ask the Caucasians, ask the caucus. See, don't ask the Caucasians. You know about them. You see? And that's why, brothers and sisters, even though we must unify, we must understand this. There is nothing intrinsically great about being Black, or nothing intrinsically great about being white. If there was something intrinsically great about Black, how come we got Buthelezi? How come we got Clarence Thomas? How come we got the niggas that killed Malcolm X? If there was something intrinsically evil about being white, even my man here mentioned John Brown, and he knew what to do about slavery, shoot at it. So we must understand that as part of a nation, an oppressed nation of people, we are divided into classes, and we struggle in those classes just like every people on the planet. And 25 years ago, when we unified Black people to make our marks politically in this country, that a small class of Afro-Americans, not the white people, not no Australians, not no Bulgarians, you understand? Not no Dutch, not no Jamaican, you understand what I'm saying? A small group of Afro-Americans sold us out 6 months later. In Miami, they was down on their knees before McGovern 6 months later. And you have to see that in these 25 years, one thing should be clear to you is the hypocrisy of the Black middle class, the hypocrisy of the petty bourgeois all over the world, because wherever you have struggled, in Newark, for instance, we elected 2 Black mayors. We was the first one. We had a Black mayor before y'all down here in Atlanta. And both of those niggas betrayed us. All of these Black mayors, all of these first Negroes to become part of the death camp, all of these kings and queens we like to celebrate. And I say that too. We be celebrating them kings and queens, but remember, they was the ones who sold your behind over here. And until you can understand classes, the fact that Black people, like all the people on this planet, are divided into classes and they constantly struggle, then you'll do the same thing like we did. Support OJ, thinking that, oh, we fighting for Black people. I know it's hard. I know you looked out there and you remember, King, whatever man named Rodney King. They talking about this jury must be stupid. Well, what about that jury that dealt with Rodney King? They must be blind and stupid. We saw that on TV. We didn't have no Furman telling us about it. We saw that on TV. But the point I'm making is just like we would support a Ken Gibson in Newark and be betrayed. Just like we would support a Sharp James in Newark and be betrayed. Just like we would support the Black Caucus, except for a couple of brothers and sisters up there, and be largely betrayed, or David Dinkins and be betrayed, or Maynard Jackson and be betrayed, and all the rest of these Negroes and be betrayed. We have to see that until the great majority of our people, the people that go to work every day, the people that go in their factories every day, the people that get dirty when they work, the blue collar workers, the people that work in the coal mines, the people that work in the docks, until you all come together, till y'all come together. Not the Negroes up on the hill, not the Negroes we sent to Harvard and Yale to come back crazy than we saw them last. We kept screaming for integration and we got it. Now there's more crazy people around us than ever before. We have to see that until the great masses of us stand up and be counted, the working people, we can expect nothing but suffering. So let me sum it up for you, because I don't want to talk a long time. I'm here to celebrate revolutionary unity and unified struggle. I'm here to call for a revolutionary front of all those people who think they're revolutionaries. If you ain't revolutionary, don't get in it. Check it out by letter or mail or on TV. But we need a revolutionary front, a front of leaders, of revolutionaries of all ideology. Just because a person have a different ideology don't mean they're your enemy. Next, we have to have a united front for Afro-American self-determination. We have to ask each one of these organizations, what do you think about Afro-American self-determination? We have to ask the Christians, we have to ask the Muslims, we have to ask the communists, we have to ask the nationalists, and we must meet regularly and fuss and fight and come out with a unified direction. And the last thing we need to do is we need to put together an anti-Democrat and an anti-Republican electoral party, an anti-fascist party, And I'm sorry, Brother Jesse, you got to come out that donkey's behind. We got to put together an anti-Democrat, anti-Republican electoral party and run independent candidates. What the Afro-American people want. They're not going to make you the leader of all this. And when you get to be the leader of all this on television, Colin Powell, it'll only be because they're getting ready to open the concentration camps and need you to be the jailer. That's the only reason that is. And who is better suited? Who is better suited than a man who killed 100,000 Iraqis? Who is better suited? He already killed the brown people. He'll come for the black ones next. So let me end with a poem. Like I said, I'm a poet. Got to do that. It's for Addison Gale, for Art Blakey, for all those brothers and sisters who struggle for democracy. It's called I Am. I Am. Da-da, 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 da-da. We are being told of the greatness of Western civilization. Yet Europe is not the West. Leave England headed west, you arrive in North. The West is the New World, not Europe. The West is El Mundo Nuevo, the Pan-American complexity, as diverse as the roots and history of our collection. The West is the Americas, not Europe. It is the America that the homeboy tells. The sister we can see, your wife, husband, and children, your mama, your friends, your family, your closest enemies are West. The quest, the search for humanity still goes on. But of the Euro white supremacists, the slave masters, conquistadores, destroyers of Pharaonic Egypt, Carthage, invaders, destroyers of Moorish Spain, of African and Asian worlds, creators of the Inquisition, Christ killers, murderers of thousands of Christians in the Colosseum, murderers of Spartacus, Vandals, Germans, ditchmen, Boers, destroyers of Mojareno, Tenochtitlan, killed Montezuma, Emiliano Zapata, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, even the Kennedys, Bobby Hutton, Fred Hampton, Medgar Evers, the Aztecs, the Incas, the Mayans, the Taino, the Arawak, conquerors of America, enslaving humanity in cannibal menus, Bushmen, living on human flesh as public ritual, ideology of predators and blood-covered claws, murderers of Iraq, would-be destroyers of the ancient Mesopotamian culture, assassins of Sandino, Toussaint Louverture, Patrice Lumumba, enslavers of women, overthrew mother right, killed Socrates, Copernicus, Lincoln, John Brown and Nat Turner, Amilcar Cabral and David Sebeco, who claim civilization and Christianity and philosophy as crucifiers, who worship statues till 300 AD, who destroyed the libraries of Alexandria, the University of Timbuktu, who thought the wind made babies, who say now they are the creators of great civilizations, plagiarists, ignorant imitators, claiming geometry and the lever, which existed 1,000 years before they was even here, whose great minds are thieves like Aristotle, con men like Democritus and Anaximander, whose gods are the vanilla ice of Ethiopian originals. Half-dressed cave dwellers, painted blue, Anglos, knife wielders, Saxons, sackers, robbers of ancient civilizations, Vikings, whose gods were drunk and rowdy, robbers like Conan and Woden, punks like Napoleon, who got run out of Haiti by Toussaint and Dessalines, who got bum rushed out of Russia, whacked out racist monsters, shot the nose and mouth off the Sphinx, so sick and anti-life in history were they, who put Mali and Songhai and all Africa in slave ships for money, whose prophets were numbers, not visionaries, life as a low thing, worshipers of minds, not minds, war lovers, not peacemakers, ink instead of art, death instead of life, dog, they best friend, ice and snow, not we and no, blood lappers and mammy tappers. They love war so much, they call the history of their civilization the canon. In honor of Marco Polo's trip to China. Should we praise them for Dachau? For the poisoning of David Walker, the genocide of Native Americans, or the concentration camps for Japanese Americans? Perhaps 700 years of Irish colonialism, or Gandhi's murder, the conquest of India, the Opium Wars, TV sheets for Indians, or the Trail of Tears? So how should we praise them? And what should we call them who style themselves God, whose new world order seems old and Miltonic, in that they rule and do not serve, but somehow the term Satan seems too narrow. The word devil is too limiting. But there must be some description, some appropriate horrific we can coin, something that says liar, murderer, maniac, animal. Something that indicates their importance. Thank you very much.
Let's give it up for our esteemed scholar, author, playwright, poet, Amiri Baraka. That's our brother. That's our brother. We love you, Amiri Baraka. And we love all our Black scholars, all our Black leaders, those true leaders who truly represent the true African liberation struggle. We love you. And we love the leader of our day, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. Let me hear you say Farrakhan. Farrakhan. Brothers and sisters, I'd like to give a shout out to brothers that came down from Canada. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Toronto, Canada in the house. They coming from all over, Black man, Africa, everywhere. This is a new day for the Black man. I go by the name of Prophet T, one of the co-founders of Unity Nation. Also, I want to give a shout out to Amir Baraka's son, who we had a chance to go to school with, who was the founder of one of the most powerful Black student organizations. Let's give a clap hand for our brother Raz Baraka. Brother Raz Baraka. Brother Raz, my brother, I love you, brother. I want to give a shout out to a brother from mosque number 46 out of New Orleans, Brother Earl, Minister Earl Muhammad. Let's give it up. Brothers and sisters, next, I would like to bring on my beloved brother, a true champion for the liberation struggle. He's been doing it for 8 years. We're no Johnny come latelys. We just didn't just jump into this. We've been doing this for a long time. This brother has been on the forefront. You've seen him on Connie Chong. You've seen him on Charlie Perez. You've seen him on C-SPAN last year. His brother has just completed his law degree from Howard University. He just graduated this June. Let's give him a hand. He's a young warrior lawyer, a young Johnny Cochran in the making. Let's bring on our beloved brother and host for this evening, Brother Malik Zulu Shaban. Let's bring him on. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, I bear witness that regardless to land or label or language, that there is but one God. And in the name of Harriet Tubman, in the name of Sojourner Truth, in the name of Ida B. Wells, in the name of Nat Turner, in the name of Denmark Vesey, in the name of Bishop Henry McNeil Turner, in the name of Booker T. Washington, in the name of George Washington Carver, in the name of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Malcolm X, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Angela Davis, the Black Panther Party, and all those who have stood for the freedom, justice, and equality of the Black nation in their names, I greet you here in the greeting words of peace. Assalamu alaikum. Hotel. One God, one aim, one enemy. Brothers and sisters, we're happy that you came out tonight. We are broadcasting live right now all over America and all over the world. You are live, and we want to let everyone across the planet know, if you haven't made your plans to come on out to the Million Man March, Black man, get up out your bed, get up out the house, and be here tomorrow morning, October 16th, for the Million Man March. You must be here. If you're too scared to come to the Million Man March, and if you're too scared to hear this program on the Black Holocaust, then you better turn off your TV set. All the times, turn off the TV set. We have taken a lot of heat and a lot of pressure in putting this program on tonight. They didn't want us to put on this program, the Black Holocaust Conference. They tried to stop us. We were put out from Howard University for bringing the Black Holocaust program. But we are here today to let you know that the young Black man who was organizing, the young Black man today is standing up. He's organizing, he's powerful, he's productive, he's not a gangbanger, he's not a thief, he's not a hoodlum, he's not a menace to society. The Black man is standing up today, and he's on the move today, and we will not be stopped. All praise is due to Allah. When you see the Black Christians coming together with Black Muslims, when you see all the different classes and aspects of our people coming together at one, then you are witnessing something that is written in the Bible. You are witnessing something that is written in the Holy Quran. When you see what is happening today, and when you witness this process of the Million Man March, make no mistake about it, you are absolutely witnessing the resurrection of the dead, brothers and sisters. Our people are coming awake, and our people are coming to life. Now they are attacking Minister Louis Farrakhan on the eve of the Million Man March. They are attacking and trying to go around and asking different organizers whether they support the march, but whether they don't support Minister Louis Farrakhan. If you come in this event sponsored by Unity Nation tonight, any reporters in the audience, and ask that stupid question, ask that foolish question, whether we will back away from our support of Minister Louis Farrakhan, you better run the hell out of here, because this is a Farrakhan stronghold here today. We back Louis Farrakhan 100,000%. We are Farrakhan's babies, and we'll stand with Farrakhan till the death. All praise is due to Allah. You had better back up off Louis Farrakhan. We love the way he speaks. We love his strength. We love his power. We want him to be strong and bold. Minister Louis Farrakhan has never sold us out. He has never bowed down. Newt Gingrich jumping on the TV screen, telling Black people who they should listen to. We will continue to listen to Dr. Tony Martin. We will continue to listen to Dr. Leonard Jeffries. We will continue to listen to Amiri Baraka. We will continue to listen to Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. We will continue to listen to Alton Maddox, Al Sharpton, Francis Cress Welsing, Brother Steve Coakley. The day of the white man choosing our leaders is absolutely dead. The white man controls us no more. The Black nation is choosing its own leaders. We will be slaves no more. That's why we got to bring this program, the Black Holocaust, because they would like you to come to Washington, D.C. and not address the white oppression that has taken place against our people. Oh yeah, they think it's safe as long as we're saying that we come here to atone, and we must atone. But let me make it plain to you in the audience and those who are watching around the country and around the world, we have not come to Washington, D.C. to atone to the white man. There is no atonement we have to do to the white man. The white man must atone to us for his 400 years of absolute sins, treachery, murder, and death against the Black nation. So it's a day of atonement for the white man and the government of the United States of America. Why do we use the word Holocaust? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that the English language has been used to trick the Black man and the Black woman. Is that right? We have been tricked and fooled by this English language. You ask us our name, we give you a white man's name. Is that right? Mr. Green, and you're not a Crayola crayon color. Mr. Branch, you know you're not a tree. Talking about I'm Mr. White and you black as you can be. We've been tricked and fooled by this English language. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said we've been tricked by that language. So we've been taught, we've been fooled that the word Holocaust characterizes the most dramatic and vicious Holocaust that has ever taken place against any people. Is that right? We weep tears for the Jewish Holocaust, don't we? Don't lie, you was in Schindler's List crying your eyes out. We've been taught that the Holocaust means the worst loss of life of any people on earth. So we take that word boldly, we snatch it from those who have used it to make it plain before the world that the Black Holocaust is absolutely 100 times worse than the Jewish Holocaust or any other Holocaust that's ever existed on the earth. We not only have a Holocaust, we've paid a hell of a cost. We've lost over 200 million lives. Don't step in here with that 6 million. We come here to talk strong tonight. Good evening. We here. This is the militant delegation to the Million Man March. All praise is due to Allah. All praise is due to Allah. It's the truth. If the civil rights leaders can join on to the Million Man March, if the preachers and the pastors have have joined on to the Million Man March after previously having sold out and have atoned, some of them will get to the others, the buck dancing Baptists, in a minute. But if the preachers and the civil rights leaders and the others have joined on in their place in the Million Man March, then we, as they call us, the left of the left, the revolutionaries, the radicals, we must and we will have our place and our say-so in the Million Man March, because we represent the hurt and the pain and the oppression of our people. The spirit of the ancestors are here in those who are speaking here today. How arrogant it is for the Caucasian, for the government of America to tell us how to suffer, how to characterize our suffering. how to limit our suffering, how to speak in our suffering. We only talking after all the hell we've been through. America needs to be glad that every black man is not on a killing rampage after all the hell we've been through. America is lucky that our hurt and our pain is not represented in a more vicious manner. So we come here to be strong. We come here to tell the truth tonight. Newt Gingrich, this Georgia cracker, telling Louis Farrakhan what to say. Newt Gingrich, telling black people how to pick their leaders. I say to hell with Newt Gingrich. Let me hear you say to hell with Newt Gingrich. To hell with Newt Gingrich. And he better not come to work tomorrow. This is a message going out to the black family, to the black nation, a message of instruction, a message of love tonight. This is a meeting of black unity, of black caring and sharing and solidarity. But if we have to go into the facts of the history of the atrocities committed against African people, we should not be ashamed. We should not be afraid. No one goes down to the Jewish Holocaust Museum and tell the Jews to shut down the Jewish Holocaust Museum. We don't have a museum, but we do have this program and other venues tonight. We will not back down from our agenda. We will not sway from our agenda. A day of atonement. How does this fit into the Day of Atonement? We have to atone for being ignorant. We have to atone for being foolish. We have to atone for going to universities that teach us absolutely nothing about our history and our culture. We have to atone for that. So we have to come out to venues like this in order to atone. All of these Negroes against Minister Louis Farrakhan coming out at the last minute. I'm happy that his comments that he made in that interview are now being played across the screen. I'm happy because it lets you know who's really with this and who's not. We don't want unity with some Uncle Toms for a minute, and as soon as the Million Man March is over, the Toms go back to selling us out. Let the chips fall where they may right now, and tomorrow, everybody who's real and with the Million Man March and ready to stand strong for our family and against the enemy, stay with it, and the rest can go to hell on home. Why didn't Newt Gingrich condemn the oppressive sins of America that have been deeds, not words? America has a list and a history of deeds, not words, against us. We never received 40 acres and a mule. And now the minuscule crumbs that they are giving us called affirmative action. The minuscule crumbs off the white man's table, affirmative action, are being taken away from us. That was an insufficient remedy, and this man is so arrogant, he will even snatch that from us. But what we really deserve is reparations. What we really deserve is what? 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 Tonight, we're going to go into the documentation and the clarification of our case for reparations so that we may aid Minister Louis Farrakhan in his stand for justice for the Black nation. We are here to help and assist him with the scholarship that we are providing tonight to aid in the documentation and the cause for reparations. And we know that no reparations can consist of some money alone. No money alone from a dollar that's fallen and may fall bottom out of existence any day. Land is the basis of independence. We must have some land where we can grow some food, where we can build some houses. Land is the basis of independence. And according to the Old Testament, the real reparations is an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a limb for a limb, and a life for a life. But we come here in the spirit of discipline We come here under the instructions of Minister Louis Farrakhan and the Million Man March. Those brothers, those warriors, these soldiers, you ought to be lucky. The Uncle Toms in America, that Minister Louis Farrakhan, with his wisdom, is actually holding us back. Because there's a generation now who is so angry, who is so upset that when they get the right knowledge in this head, they won't be killing one another. They won't be killing each other on the streets of America. They might wake up one day and start killing the man and the people who have oppressed us all the long days of our life. But God is sufficient for us. God will protect us tomorrow. How many men will be with us tomorrow? How many black men will be with us tomorrow? Every black man take a stand who will be standing with us tomorrow at the Million Man March. This represents many, many more who are here in town, coming at the airport, coming at the bus stations. I saw them everywhere. The Million Man March is on, whether you like it or not. The Million Man March is like a Mack truck. A big Mack truck rolling down the street. You can't get around it, you can't get over it, and you can't get under it. When this big Mack truck, which has already started rolling into town, then either you jump on board or you get crushed by the Million Man March. You get crushed by the Million Man March. All of these preachers who have denounced the Million Man March after this day of October 16th, if you continue this foolishness, we will come in your pulpits, we will come in the church, and we will run you out of your church, run you out of your pulpit, take your chitlins, take your biscuits, take your fried chicken, and put you back in the slave master's house with the white man. We got a hit list of all Uncle Tom preachers. I got it right here in my pocket. And you got yours too, is that right? No more sellouts. No more Uncle Toms. Where you at, black athletes? Where you at, NBA, NFL? I guess I must have to name the names, right? I saw Deion Sanders when I was in Houston. I marvel at the way he plays the game. I marvel at his skill and his talent in both sports. But when I stepped to him about the Million Man March, and let's be clear that the NFL and the baseball league need Deion Sanders more than he needs them. Is that right? Is that right? What they gonna do without us? How they gonna play football without the black man? How they gonna play basketball without the white man? We know white folks can't jump. I stepped to Deion Sanders in a respectful way. I say, brother, we need you at the Million Man March. He say, that's my job. That's my job. I can't do nothing. I say, it's no Monday night football game on that night. All we need is you to come out for one day, my brother. I can't do it. That's my job. Another brother we stepped to, some other football players, told me he couldn't miss practice because he would lose out on $2,500. This is a shame, brothers and sisters. This is disgraceful. There are some athletes who are supporting us, though. Some of the Redskins will be with us. Some of the University of Maryland players will be with us. Some of them, but not enough of them, and not the bigger ones who can make a significant contribution and who have the weight and the clout in the NBA. They are not going to be with us. But this ain't a celebrity show. This is about the masses of the grassroots people, because this is where true change is occurring within the Black nation. So this is a day of atonement. Sisters, y'all not mad at us, are you? Y'all not mad at us, are you? Y'all support us, is that right? Black woman, we have to, now and tomorrow, we have to make a formal and public apology to you for not supporting you and backing you as we should have for the last 400 years, and recently in particular. We must stand and now apologize and salute the Black woman for her strong stand for the Black nation. We love you, sisters. We're doing this for you. We're trying to get our act together. We are formally apologizing and atoning for our sins. We apologize, Black woman. We love you, queens. We love you. We're getting it together for you, queens. No more O.J. Simpson betraying the Black woman and going with the white woman. Brothers, don't ever let us catch you out there with the white woman again. I say that all over the country. Black man, stand up. No more Black men abandoning the Black woman and marrying a white woman. That has to be forbidden. What self-respecting Jew do you know would bring home a German woman to his Jewish mother? Huh? I repeat again, what self-respecting Jew would bring home a German woman to his Jewish mother? After the Black Holocaust is the worst Holocaust in the annals of time, Black man, how dare you bring that woman home to your mother? We here at Unity Nation, we are babies of the 1960s. We are the 60s babies here. That's us right here. We're the 60s babies. You thought you killed the movement, but it's not gonna die. We are the 60s babies. My mother is here tonight. I don't know where she is, but my mother who birthed me on the planet Earth is here tonight. She was listening to Malcolm X. My father, who was killed when I was 3 months old, killed under the vicious circumstances that a system of white supremacy implants in our community. My father was killed under those circumstances, so I had to grow up without a father. He was in his second year of law school, but he did not make it. God blessed me to finish law school, and I'm coming here to stand in the name of my father, and I will stand on his name to the very end. And I represent many Black men who are fathers we never saw, we never had. Pain. You think we militant? Think about the pain that is in the breast and in the bowels of the Black male. Always being last, always being on the bottom. The Black man is hurt today, Black woman. He's hurt and he's in pain. He wants to be a man to you, but he doesn't have the power to be a man. He doesn't have the finance and the capital to be a man. So Black man, we got to get up and get on the road. We got to get up. This is not about us saying we're superior to you, Black woman. We're just trying to bring ourselves up to a level of equality and support the stand that you have been taking all along. People's going on. But it's a wake-up call, Black man and Black woman. We are here today. Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad is on his way. Attorney Alton Maddox is on his way. Reverend Al Sharpton is coming down late from New York. He is on his way. So we're standing strong today. And Dr. Tony Martin will be coming on in a few moments. But we're getting geared up at this pep rally for the Million Man March, brothers and sisters. The Million Man March is on. Everywhere you see tomorrow, this city is going to be shut down. This city is going to be shut down, and America is going to be made to know the power of the Black man and the Black woman. One reason we don't want you out there, sister. One reason, and you must understand this, is for security. It's a security issue. That is one of the paramount reasons. If something goes down tomorrow And I'm coming to the Million Man March to put my life on the line. I'm not coming out to wear a pretty suit or to play or to look good on TV. I'm coming out knowing the history of this government, knowing the wicked plans of the government, knowing their history. We come, black man, we're not afraid. I'm not afraid. I say like the Minister Louis Farrakhan says, I'm coming out there prepared to die or kill. We're going to stand strong tomorrow, black man. We're going to be tight. We're going to be disciplined. We're not going to let the enemy send agents in amongst us. We're going to squash any potential conflicts immediately with wisdom and precautionary security. Everybody be awake. Everybody be alert. Everybody be up and on your post in the morning. Be up when the sun coming up. Be up at 5 a.m. in the morning. Be ready to stand up and to stand strong, black family. Keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes awake. Another reason, black woman, we don't want to have to, if something goes down, we don't want to have to reach for our wife or reach for our girlfriend or reach for one of our babies if something goes down. Is that right? We got to be ready to rumble. But we know that God is with us. He done already proved he's with us. God is with us. But we have to be prepared. Another reason is we don't want this, sister, and this is the truth. We don't want this to turn into a party or a black expo with your beautiful self, with your fine self, in them jeans, in them skirts. You're the most beautiful woman that God could ever dream of creating, black woman. Come on now. I mean, you bad. I can't stop looking. I ain't supposed to look, but I can't stop looking. That's why in Islam, we want the woman to cover down. Because if she don't cover down, their minds might be tempted to look around. The black woman is so beautiful. So we don't want to be out there trying to get your number. We want to be in that number, not trying to book you for that number. You know it's the truth. I'm getting ready to conclude. Y'all all right? All right. Y'all gonna be with us all night, right? We're not going anywhere. We don't own anything out there. This Day of Atonement is interesting and applicable for all. Even as a young man, even though our fathers, the previous generation, young black man, put us in this condition. Unfortunately, it was the previous generation. If they had not failed, we would not be in this condition. We have to study the mistakes that have been made, young black man, so we can cure those mistakes and make a better future for ourselves. The integrationist movement has failed us. That's what's good about this march. This is not a march to beg the government for anything. The Day of Atonement means we as a community will take the responsibility for our future and our destiny. We will demand on the government, but if the government don't come through, God has already dictated that we will be successful in every facet of life. We can do this job whether the government responds or whether it doesn't. But we must put heat on the government. We must form an independent black political party. We must form an independent black political party. No more Republican, no more Democrats. What's the difference between a Democratic cracker and a Republican cracker? A cracker is a cracker is a cracker. You open up one end of the box, it comes out crackers. You open up the other end of the box, it comes out crackers. Well, why do you have to use the word cracker? Our ancestors on the slave plantation called them cracker. Why did he call them cracker? Because they were cracking the whip over the back of the slave's back. They were cracking the whip till the blood bled down the slave's back. They called him cracker because he's earned the title. So I'm sorry about that, Mr. White Man, Mr. Government of America, but you earned that name, cracker. No more integrationist marches, brothers and sisters. This is not your typical march. This is a Day of Atonement. October 16th is not the end all be all. Let's make it plain. October 16th, as one brother has said, is not a deadline, but October 16th is a lifeline. Let's change our ways, Black family. All the organizations here, first of all, everybody, we got to get organized on the real. If you're not a member of an organization, as Kwame Ture has said, you must get in an organization now or today. If you don't like the organizations, get together and form your own as we have. Do what you have to do. We've got to get organized. People who are not organized as an oppressed state are doomed for hell and destruction. So we got to get organized. The counterintelligence program of the United States government is still alive and well. And that's why today they are still, this is what they're doing, trying to do to Minister Louis Farrakhan on the very eve of the Million Man March. And if you look at the roots of that program, in 1913, the FBI and the Anti-Defamation League were both formed in the same year to supplement and to support each other. So down the wheel of time, and it was, since we want to deal with the Black Holocaust, it was the Jews, some Jews, a Jewish judge and attorney who set up Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey and sent Garvey to prison. It was that Judge Maddox and the other Jewish attorney who prosecuted our brother Marcus Mosiah Garvey and sent him to prison. And we come in honor of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, because without that Black man, we would not be here. As nationalists and as grassroots people, we give honor and praise to the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. We love you, Father. We are with you. We feel your spirit here today, Marcus Garvey, and we know that you will support what we are doing. The counterintelligence program, they asked Minister Farrakhan on the David Brinkley show last week, what oppressive programs of the United States government? He said the counterintelligence program, sir, and they shut up. Okay, because this has been, they use the tax dollars of Black people to fund and to finance the destruction of our leaders and our organizations. The counterintelligence program, the FBI, the ADL, still hand in hand. I'll get to it. The counterintelligence program was the ones who was the split that exacerbated the tensions between Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam. The counterintelligence program was the one, and J. Edgar Hoover, really gay Edgar Hoover. The counterintelligence program of the government that's who killed Martin Luther King. At the same time, he was being spied on by the Anti-Defamation League, James Earl Ray. No, we will refuse to believe that some deranged, single, lone crackpot killed Martin Luther King and left a weapon right there on the site. We refuse to believe that. They want to keep telling you about a Martin Luther King who had a dream. The white man loved and backed the Martin Luther King who they say had a dream. But the Martin Luther King whom we know, love and respect, was the one who evolved to a level where he stood against the international oppression that the United States government had afflicted on our people all over the earth. The man who stood for an unjust economic system and the overthrow of a capitalist system of exploitation. But they killed Martin Luther King. They killed Malcolm X. They destroyed the Black Panther Party outright. They defamed many of them, and many of them have been exiled, and many of them are still languishing in the prison holes and hell houses today. And on this Million Man March, we come in the name of all those political prisoners, all of those brothers and sisters who are locked in the dungeons and the hells of America. We love you. We stand with you. We look forward to the day when we can come and get you out, where we won't have to just protest, where we can come and snatch you out of those jail houses. This is a day of atonement. America, you must atone, we must atone. And wherever our destiny happens to take us, Almighty God only knows, brothers and sisters. So as I conclude and get prepared to bring on Dr. Tony Martin, I hope no one is as upset with us for producing this Black Holocaust Conference. We hope no one is upset with us for doing this. They tried to drive a wedge between Unity Nation, who worked very hard this summer in the Million Man March. We produced rallies for the Million Man March. We put on basketball games for the march. And at the end, they try to come and separate me from the organizers in the committee, but they didn't fall for it. Dr. Ben Chavis didn't fall for it. Minister Louis Farrakhan certainly didn't fall for it, and we didn't fall for it. We are right in line and in tune with the Million Man March leadership. So as I prepare to bring on Dr. Tony Martin, everyone, again, every Black man who's watching this across the country, come on and be with us, Black man, tomorrow. Wherever you're at, if you're in New York, get in your car right now, Philly, New Jersey, Richmond, get up and come on down to the Million Man March. We need you here tomorrow at the Million Man March. We must not, anywhere across the country, and to those who are here, we must not go to work. No working for boss tomorrow. No working for the slave master on that day. And they certainly shook up about that already. Do not go to work tomorrow. Do not shop tomorrow. Do not shop tomorrow. You know, we don't own anything anywhere, so we can't shop tomorrow, right? No Kentucky Fried Chicken, right? No McDonald's. No, if you got to get some gas in your car, go get it tonight. Let us be absent from America. Isn't that a beautiful sign? Let's be absent. You know how the teacher used to get mad when you be absent from class, huh? You're not showing up tomorrow. Don't underestimate that action, Black woman, of staying home or being absent. Don't underestimate, that's a powerful action. That is equally as powerful to the men marching. You, Black woman, refuse to come and work on this day for the white man. You know why? That's a sign that one day there could be a call for us to strike for not one day, but 10 days, 20 days, 30 days. If we do it this day, one day we might strike for a whole month until our grievances or demands are met, or a whole year. And eventually, if we get our act together, who knows, somewhere a long way down the line, we might end up with our own separate land, state, or territory. So we will have to stop begging white folks to do justice by us. We'll have our own territory, our own country. But we know that position is too strong for most Negroes. So we have to take you stage by stage. We have to separate you mentally first. We have to separate you culturally first. We have to make you clearly understand who you are, who they are. Then after that, you will come to realize that this government is not made to do justice by us. And eventually we can put our program of action together. Minister Louis Farrakhan is doing a great job of working with these Negro leaders, isn't he? Cuddling them, coddling them. You know, I mean, the man is a brilliant to pull this off, what he has pulled off. The man deserves eternal praise forever. The man is a master strategist and a master planner. He sacrificed some of his own ways and actions to help bring others into the circle who would be afraid of him or afraid to stand with him. So brothers and sisters, we come as I conclude, we stand with the minister. This event here, we're here, this is a Farrakhan stronghold. And I hear that our brother, Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, is in the house. Where is he at? And the warrior lawyer, I'm sure he's probably with him too, with the warrior lawyer, Alton Matters, New York City in the house. New York City in the house, okay. Well, We don't mean to disrespect anyone. Philly, New York, these are all labels and titles. We're one original Black family under the family of God. No more labels, no more titles, okay? Muslim, Christian, these are all labels and titles. The essence and the origin of us is the root, is God himself, and our origin as the original people of the planet Earth. It's a great day. Everybody look to the person to your left and the right, greet them, introduce yourself. This is a family day. Introduce yourself to the person next to you. How many are from out of town? We love you, Black family. We love you. This is a day of love. This is a day of support. If you're not going straight to the mall, I'm gonna give you a few facts on the Million Man March. If you're not going straight to the mall, then we want you to go to Howard University between 5 and 7. On the campus of Howard University, the brothers will be meeting. And also the ex-offenders and the brothers who are in halfway houses will be meeting on 5th and O Street. 5th and O Street, or Howard University between 5 and 7. If not, go on down to the mall. But those are two major marching points that I know of. So I don't believe I have any more facts to give out. We're gonna push on with the program. We're not gonna keep you too long tonight. We got food, we got vendors here. This is a family event. I know many of you have never experienced a program of this like, but we love you, Black family, for coming out. Unity Nation welcomes you from Washington, D.C. It's nation time. That's what it's all about, brothers and sisters. What time is it? What time is it? What time is it? Thank you. As I leave you, as I found you, in greeting words of peace. Assalamu alaikum. I love you.
Let's give it up for our brother, Malik, Zulu, Shabazz. Let's give it up, brothers. Nation time, ain't it? It's time for the Black world's rise and the white world's demise. Next up, we're going to bring another esteemed scholar, the author of The Jewish Onslaught. Okay, first of all, Michigan license HJX 336. You need to move your car, red car, Michigan license plates, HJX 336. Next up, brothers and sisters, we're gonna bring up another esteemed scholar, author who's been attacked by these white supremacists, but he stood strong like a true revolutionary. He's in the embodiment of Marcus Mosiah Garvey. He's wrote several books about our leader, the Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Let's bring on our esteemed scholar, doctor from Trinidad, Dr. Tony Martin. Let's bring him on.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Brother Malik Zulu Shabazz, especially. My talk for the night is called Our Ancestors on the Million Man March. Our ancestors on the Million Man March. Our ancestors have been preparing us for the last 500 years for the Million Man March. From the time we were brought forcefully across the Atlantic to the Americas 500 years ago, we have been filled with a hatred for oppression. We have been filled with a desire for struggle that has prepared the way for the Million Man March. All of our great ancestors, in one way or another, have prepared us for this great event. Marcus Garvey once said in the 1920s, when they were getting ready to put him in jail and perhaps to kill him, Marcus Garvey said, if Garvey dies, Garvey lives. If Garvey dies in the flesh, he will live in the spirit. Garvey said, look for me in the whirlwind or the storm. And the whirlwind and the storm is now. The Million Man March is the whirlwind and the storm that Garvey predicted 50 years ago. Our great ancestor, John Brown Russwurm, the editor of the first African-American newspaper in 1827, in the first editorial in the first African-American newspaper in 1827, John B. Russwurm said, "Too long have others spoken for us. The time has come for us to speak for ourselves. We wish to plead our own cause." And here was an ancestor again predicting what the Million March is about. The time has come for us to speak for ourselves. Our ancestor John Brown Russwurm was saying this in our first newspaper in 1827. In 1831, when Nat Turner, our great saint, the man who led the greatest revolution against slavery in African America, Nat Turner, in 1831, as Nat Turner was getting ready to kill his 55 to 60 white people in his great effort to free our people in Southampton County, Virginia, Nat Turner had a meeting a night or two before that uprising. And there was a man called Will the executioner, who came to Nat Turner and his band as they were preparing to rise up. And Nat Turner said to Will, he said, "Why do you come here?" And Will said, "My life is not worth any more to me than it is to you." He said, "I'm ready to strike a blow for liberty, or I will die in the process." And here was another ancestor who was preparing the way for the Million Man March. Nat Turner himself, after he killed his 55 or 60 white people in 1831 in Southampton County, Virginia, when Nat Turner was eventually caught and put in jail and tried and sentenced to death, a white man went to see Nat Turner in jail. And the white man wrote down the so-called confessions of Nat Turner. And the white man said to Nat Turner, "Are you not sorry? Are you not remorseful for what you did? We are going to execute you tomorrow." And Nat Turner's response was not Jesus Christ crucified. Nat Turner was saying, "I have done what I had to do. I made a blow for freedom, and I'm willing to stand the consequences." And here was another ancestor who was preparing us through the ages for the Million Man March. One of the first things that the Europeans did when they came to the Americas was to commit an act of genocide against our brothers, the Native Americans. And there was a chief in the island of Hispaniola in the Caribbean called Hathaway. And the Spaniards were getting ready to kill Hathaway as they killed millions of the Native Americans and the Arawaks and the Caribs. And a priest of the Roman Catholic Church had the gall to try to convert Hathaway to Catholicism, to Christianity, on his deathbed. And Hathaway asked him, "If I convert to Christianity, what will happen to me when I die?" And the priest said, "You will go to heaven." And Hathaway said, "Are there any Christians in heaven?" And the priest said, "Yes, heaven is where the Christians go." And Hathaway said, "If that's the case, then I would rather go to hell. You can keep heaven for the Christians." And these are the kinds of ancestors who have prepared the way, who have given us the fortitude over the last 500 years to get ready for this amazing demonstration, which is about to take place tomorrow. We have come a long way, brothers and sisters, in 500 years. We know we have come a long way. We know that several hundred millions of our people have been killed as a result of the transatlantic slave trade. We know that our people died in the Americas after they came across the Atlantic. We know that within 6 years of coming across the Atlantic, those of us who had not died in the Middle Passage across the Atlantic, many of us died within 6 years of our arrival in the Americas. We know that we died after the slave trade ended. After the slave trade ended, after 400 years of the slave trade, when the European imperialists conquered Africa, we know that billions more of our people died in the scramble for Africa. We know that something like 12 to 20 million of our people died in the Belgian Congo alone, Zaire, after the slave trade. We know that millions of our people died in South Africa after the slave trade, in Australia, in Tasmania, all over the world. We have suffered at the hands of everybody. We have suffered at the hands of the Europeans. We suffered at the hands of the Arab slave traders in the East. We suffered at the hands of the Jews who started the whole process with the Hamitic myth, trying to argue that we were somehow cursed by God himself. We suffered at the hands of European intellectuals, from Thomas Jefferson to the bell curve, who argued over the years that we were somehow less than human. We suffered at the hands of our Uncle Tom Negroes, as several speakers have said today. The Garvey movement was infiltrated by Negroes who worked with the federal government to try to undermine Garvey. We know that even after the time of Garvey, we had organizations like the Anti-Defamation League as recently as 2 or 3 years ago, which was exposed for spying in collaboration with various governmental agencies against our people, for our people's destruction. And yet we survived. Our ancestors provided us with a spirit which allowed us to survive. We have survived the Holocaust, as other speakers have said, the like of which no other race or group has had to deal with. Other people who have come in contact with the kind of Holocaust that we have had to deal with have disappeared off the face of the earth. The Native Americans in the Caribbean have disappeared off the face of the earth. The African people in Tasmania, south of Australia, disappeared. But our ancestors here in this part of the world provided us with a strength and a desire to struggle. The very first Africans who landed in the Americas, in the place that we now call Santo Domingo in the Caribbean, in 1502, the first Africans who landed as enslaved Africans in 1502, the first thing they did the minute they hit the ground was to run into the mountains and start guerrilla warfare against the Europeans. That was the spirit of our ancestors from day one, and that struggle has continued unabated until this day and this monumental million-man march. We struggled in Haiti. In Haiti, we were able to defeat the greatest military power in Europe, the power of Napoleon. We struggled all over the Caribbean, North America, and Brazil. Everywhere that slavery existed, there were maroon communities who ran into the mountains, who waged war. Many of these maroon communities of slaves were never defeated. In Jamaica, in Suriname, and other places, they were never defeated. The Europeans were forced very often to enter into treaties. In Suriname, our escaped slaves became so powerful that the Europeans were forced to pay them tribute every year. The Europeans were forced to provide them with arms and ammunition. These were the former slaves. They became so powerful that the European former slave masters were forced to provide them with arms and ammunition every year. Our people in the plantations ground up glass and gave it to the European slave masters to eat. Our slaves were always ready to struggle. In Haiti, you had an amazing situation where people who were slaves 1 minute on a plantation were able, once the opportunity presented itself, to transform themselves into the most incredible fighting machine of the time. The white revolutionary John Brown, one of the few white revolutionaries in history who ever did anything to strike against the oppression of our people. John Brown put together in 1859 a small group of black and white revolutionaries, and he was marching through West Virginia, and he encountered groups of slaves. Now here is John Brown, who had been planning for months, maybe for years, to strike a blow against slavery. And on the appointed day, he came upon groups of slaves who knew nothing about his plans, who had no idea what was going on. And all it took was a few of John Brown's men to stop these Africans and say, look, we are getting ready to strike a blow against slavery. And these Africans dropped everything they were doing. They picked up a gun. They joined John Brown's group. That was the level of struggle, the level of hatred for oppression among our people. In the War of 1812, when Great Britain was fighting against the United States of America, the same thing happened. The British appeared off the Chesapeake Bay with a fleet of ships. And the Africans, the slaves, they were so desirous to strike a blow against oppression. Their hatred for oppression and racism was so great that the Africans actually got into boats and they rowed out into the Chesapeake Bay to join the British. They said to the British, please, give us a gun. Let us help you to kill this man. That was the level of oppression. The same thing happened in the Revolutionary War. In the Revolutionary War, more African Americans fought for the British because the British were prepared to give them slavery when the war ended. The desire for freedom, justice, and equality was so great that once the opportunity presented itself, our people at the drop of a hat were willing to pick up a gun if somebody would put a gun in their hands and fight for freedom. This struggle has continued over the years. We fought against lynching. In the whole history of so-called civilized nations, there has never been anything to compare with the lynching of African Americans. For years in this country, thousands of our people were lynched, were killed, were strung up from trees, were riddled with bullets,
were burnt at the stake on a daily basis in this country. And the white perpetrators of lynching went so far as to create the myth that they were lynching black men because black men were raping white women. Nothing was further from the truth. If you look carefully at the statistics for lynching, you will find, to your surprise, that in most of the cases where people were lynched, the allegation was not rape. The allegation was that they were assaulting white people. What this means is that our people, even in the midst of lynching, were rising up. Wherever our people were oppressed, they were striking back. They were fighting back. They were killing white people. They were beating white people. What they lacked was the organization and the power of the state to sustain that kind of militancy. But the bottom line is that even at the worst period of lynching, our people were striking back. They were rising up. And these are some of the ancestors then who have given us the kind of spirit that is the basis of the Million Man March today. You have the well-known story of Harriet Tubman. We know that Harriet Tubman would come onto a plantation and again, enslaved Africans at the drop of a hat, without any prior warning, would drop what they were doing and strike a blow for freedom in whatever way they could. And that is the kind of hatred, oppression, and slavery and racism, which has always been part of our legacy in this country. Marcus Garvey, our people followed Marcus Garvey to the end. The media tried their best to destroy Marcus Garvey, the way they try against Minister Farrakhan today. They put Marcus Garvey in jail. They tried to make him into a criminal. Our people followed him. They gave him their money. The Black Star Line Steamship Corporation went under. Our people put up the money for a new steamship line, the Black Cross Navigation and Trading Company. And again, there was this hatred, this desire to strike, this desire to support any leader, any organization that was about freedom, justice, and freedom and justice and liberation for our people. During World War I, our people went so far as to try to sign up for the US Army in an effort which turned out to be a vain effort to show that they were willing to make a sacrifice even for this racist country. Our people joined the army, they volunteered. They figured that if they made an effort to fight for this racist country, that maybe then racist America would somehow acknowledge their struggle. It didn't work. Our soldiers from New York were stationed in Houston in 1917, and they had to go to town and kill about 17 white people in Houston because of the oppression in Houston. Even the US military uniform did not save them from oppression. We know that after the World War ended in 1919, that a large number of our soldiers were lynched simply for wearing their military uniform, usually in the South. During the Red Summer, the so-called Red Summer of 1919, our people fought back. As a matter of fact, during the so-called Red Summer, when there was something like 125 racial riots, and in those days, racial riots in this country were started by white people. White people would invade black neighborhoods and shoot out of the windows of cars and so on. That's what racial riots were back in 1919. And our people fought back so bravely that the newspapers, the white newspapers, were actually afraid to publish the statistics that came out of those riots in 1919. Even though the white rioters who started those riots, even though they had the whole police force behind them, even though then as now, it was always the white rioters and the police against the black community defending themselves. Even in that situation, the casualties in many cities, including Washington, D.C., were greater for the white people than for the black. In Washington, D.C., black folk, once they were attacked by the white mobs, they broke into armories. They had machine guns right here in Washington, D.C. This is 1919. The same thing happened in Chicago. They broke into armories in Chicago. They were well armed. Many of them were veterans of the First World War. So all of these ancestors have helped to prepare the day for this great march. During the Second World War, you had the same spirit continuing. We had a march, a threatened march on Washington in 1941 that was led by A. Philip Randolph. The march did not take place because the demands of that particular march were met by the president, President Roosevelt, and so the march was called off. But the fact is the mobilization took place and the march was a threat for freedom and justice during the context of the Second World War. During the Second World War, you had the riots in Detroit, Michigan again, where our people rose up once more against oppression in a very physical way. The civil rights movement came in the 1950s and our people tried a new tactic. They were willing to allow themselves to be beaten in the hope that maybe this way freedom would come. When that didn't work, our people turned to black power, and once more, the spirit of our ancestors for resistance in a violent way came to the fore.
We all know of the great so-called riots of the 1960s in Watts in 1965, and Harlem in 1964, and Detroit, and so on, and other places. The interesting thing about these so-called riots of the 1960s is that all of the major riots in the 60s were started as a response to police brutality. In every case, it was some act of police brutality that triggered these riots. The Rodney King riots were nothing new. And so people once again in the 60s, as they did in the Rodney King riots and elsewhere, showed that willingness, that hatred for oppression, which has always been part of our heritage in this society. So as we prepare then for the Million Man March, let us once more conjure up that incredible spirit of resistance that our ancestors have shown over the last few years. Let us move in the spirit of our ancestors. Let us move in that spirit of hatred for oppression, that spirit of willingness to strike a blow as soon as the opportunity presents itself. One of the reasons why we have survived in this country when the Caribs and the Arawaks and the others unfortunately have disappeared off the face of the earth is because of that incredible force, that incredible willingness on the part of our people to struggle. And who therefore can stop a people who has been willing to struggle like this against such great odds for so many years? Nobody can stop a people once they're mobilized who has that record of struggle for 500 years. A people who have struggled against lynching, against Jim Crow, against slavery, against a hostile press. We have suffered. As the old spiritual says, we have been duped and we have been scorned. We know what suffering is. But I do believe that the 21st century belongs to us, because I do believe that the Million Man March represents a challenge in a way that America has not faced for a long time. When President Clinton is forced to say he goes along with the ideals of the march, even though he doesn't go along with this, that, and the other, this shows that we have again gained the momentum, the initiative in that 500-year struggle for our ultimate freedom, justice, and equality. Marcus Garvey said that there is no justice but strength. There is no justice but strength. And the Million Man March is the epitome, it's a demonstration of the incredible strength that our people can mobilize despite that 500 years of struggle and because of that 500 years of struggle. So let us move tomorrow then and tonight in the spirit of our ancestors, and let us once more show that that spirit of struggle will take us into the 21st century, and let us make the 21st century our century. Our time has come, and there's no power on earth that can stop a people as mobilized as we are today with the history of struggle against oppression that we have. There's no justice but strength. Thank you very much.
Let's give it up for Dr. Tony Martin. Let's give it up. Excuse me. Everybody all right? Okay. Well, we got a special guest who's for the nice lineup who's gonna have a few words. He is the man who is the top research scientist in the Black nation. Who is that? Who names the names? Who's done the research? Who hasn't sold out? Steve Copley's one of our favorites. We want to go ahead and bring on, again, a brother whom we love, a man who stood strong on the front lines. And the beautiful thing about this march is that it's healing a lot of wounds. It's healing a lot of differences that have taken place. Brother Steve and I, we've been working together a long time, but we argue, we fight, but we both know our mission and our task, which is the resurrection of Black people and the fight against the forces that have oppressed our people. So everybody is coming together and healing the wounds at this point in time. And we should all take this time to heal wounds amongst brothers, small and petty disputes. We should heal all petty disputes in the Black family, because we know that we don't hold any permanent grudges against the white man, do we?
You don't hold no permanent grudge against America. You're still calling yourself an African American, right? You have no grudge against America. We have Brother Minister Wazir Muhammad from Mosque number 27 in Los Angeles, the man who helped bring me into Islam and intimate with Minister Louis Farrakhan, Minister Wazir Muhammad. West Coast is definitely represented. Let's go ahead and hear from Brother Steve Coates.
Hotel. It's my job to prepare you for Brother Khalid Muhammad. That's the little red book in the front, Calling on God. Little black book. Right, I said last night too, didn't I? Little red book. They're in the black cover. Got mine in my pocket. Look at it, it's trying to fly away. I appreciate an opportunity to share a few words with you Africans as we prepare for Brother Khalid Muhammad. And all the matters. Where's all the matters at? All right. There's so many Africans here from so many cities. As I stood at the table out front and those faces walked up to me, the brothers would say, my name is Malik, I'm from Houston. I'm Fred from Detroit. I'm such and such from Oakland. And just to stand there and listen to those cities, all them ears in them cities, and to think about how many people who think like the things that we've shared together, who thought it was worth it for them to come all the way to Washington for the Million Man program. And I'm really humbled by the fact, because I know it costs everybody a lot of money. There's sacrifices that you will feel later on in the month of October when the money starts running down. And you know about that great time you had in Washington, to feel that feeling that people are gonna see tomorrow. You know, to think the fact that C-SPAN or CNN is gonna cover the program live, you need to know they watch CNN in the Kremlin. They watch CNN at NATO. They watch CNN over at the Bilderberger Group and up in the Trilateral Commission. They watch CNN, and they watch CNN at the Council on Foreign Relations. They watch CNN up in the Chase Manhattan Bank and Citicorp and at Bank of America. They all sit and watch CNN. And tomorrow they're gonna be watching it real deep. I remember a little phrase the little white kids used to talk about, the whole world is watching. That was a little phrase they had when they got beat up in Chicago, coming to demonstrate against the Democratic Convention, trying to stop the war in Vietnam. And as they were getting beat, they kept hollering, the whole world is watching. Well, they're gonna watch tomorrow. The whole world is gonna watch, but ain't gonna be no beating. At least we ain't gonna be taking none. That's right. And I have said very clearly, while the avowed purpose and principle of the march is to come in peace, we would hope that any segment of the enemy would not feel it their duty or responsibility to cause trouble. Because while some are responsible for not bringing as much as a penknife, they'll be back up on the set. And never will we want all of our men, and there are gonna be some women who are gonna be around. They're gonna be there. They're gonna be there. So you're right. Yeah. Brother Abdul, Brother Khalid Muhammad. Hey, Baba. All right. So I guess you see we'll warm them up pretty fast. Didn't take no whole lot of warm up to get Khalid out of here. Right? So everybody have a seat. You can feel that feeling. How you doing, little Farrakhan? Our pleasure, Africa. as you can feel, it's an honor that all of you all would come to be here to stand with Unity Nation. And I made it a point last night to say when I was speaking how important it was for Unity Nation to have put up with all the pressure and the trouble and the disagreement that was put on Brother Malik and Brother Yohab and others for wanting to put this program together, believing that it didn't need to be any other option than the option that we had. We need all the options that will come forward against the enemy. So we appreciate Unity Nation for coming forth and providing this program for the brothers and the sisters. I sure will be glad when a black man make a camera, because we surely got plenty of cameras up in here. So we need some of them black cameras making them black photographs, because we surely using plenty of them. Now, while we're here, let's think about some of the lessons that we've shared to get us to this spot. We spent many times over the last couple of years talking about the Trilateral Commission. And when we talked about the Trilateral Commission and the merging of the United States with Western Europe and Japan, since that time, we found them to get further together, coming forth with the NAFTA, going again with the GATT. How much here do we know about the World Trade Organization and the white men that run it? So while we're getting together, we keep our focus on the names of those white people and those white institutions. Up in the RAND Corporation, where they have a special section dealing with the rise of black people. It'll be the RAND Corporation who will be studying us tomorrow. So you're right. It'll be the Bilderberger Group, the American Enterprise Institute, Solomon Brothers, Lazar Perez, J.P. Morgan and Company, Smith Barney, Merrill Lynch. Keep your focus on those institutions that put pressure on those municipalities that force those mayors to cut back on that money. Think about those people at the United Way. While we having us a million-man march, we're not going to forget about the United Way that uses that money that they get in donations to set up counterinsurgency projects to keep tabs on young black youths. Those mental health workers who have to keep tabs on the people who abuse alcohol, knowing if they don't keep that file on them, they don't get that funding. Those drug abuse workers who don't try to cure the drug abusers because they sell them one day at a time. They tell them you never get cured so they can keep tabs on those who abuse drugs. So while we have assembled, we keep tabs on the Supreme Court from the unjust government formed by an illegal constitution. Let me hear you say constitution. This country is founded on the Constitution, and any revolution that we have cannot destroy Clinton, a Gore, a Newt Gingrich. It must destroy the Constitution. So why I'm here this weekend is so that I can help further instigate, agitate, magnify towards the destruction of all that has come from this illegal government called America. And the audacity of Newt Gingrich and the other whites, I said last night, I'll repeat to you tonight. Every time you see Newt Gingrich, who's a hoe, know that his pimp is Rupert Murdoch, and know that Rupert Murdoch's daddy is Rothschild of Europe. Rothschild owned Murdoch, and Murdoch owned Gingrich, and Gingrich got the contract on America. We must have that level of discussion while we're talking, because we don't want to think those people who have perpetrated remain unnamed. There's a tape back there I would highly recommend you get called Counterinsurgency Then and Now, and it'll teach you how to watch community spying in your neighborhood. There are many other people here who you need to hear from. I had my chance last night. So Brother Alton Maddox is here. This is a brother who brought me several times to the slave theater. I've never seen so many good, strong black people being served so kindly as they do at the slave. Brother Wazir Muhammad here brought me to the mosque in LA, gave a lecture called The Rise of the Beast, God's Soldiers Counterattack. I can walk you across those rooms and find you those people from Milwaukee and Oakland and San Francisco and Detroit, Cincinnati and New York and Newark, who brought me to their various cities to share this humble information. So I'm proud and honored just to have a moment to get you ready for people even greater than myself. Let's give a brother Malik Zulu Shabazz and Unity Nation a hand for having brought forth this program. And now as you get ready for these next two brothers, I'm about to turn the microphone over to somebody. Brother Malik. So you're right. And I appreciate having gotten to share with you, just to hug some of you brothers, just to shake the strength in your hands. Many of you I looked at out in that hallway. We looked deep in each other's eyes. Those are feelings that you can never replace, brother to brother. And I want to say this to many of you, and I've said this in the lectures, you've heard me talk about it, is that it says, on the path, you will meet people of like character, and with them, you will form a bond that needs no utterance of mere words. I'm out of here. So you're right. Let's see it. Let's see them elbows. So you're right. Let's see them elbows. This is the Bogart. This is our theme. This is how they brought you America. This is how we'll get it back. Let me see your elbows. So you're right. All right. Check.
All right. As we roll right along, the next speaker who I want to bring forth, he's known as the warrior lawyer. Y'all know who I'm talking about, right? I mean, this brother has stood strong. Now, as a law student, I understand what that means. I have been blessed to gain that particular education, but I know the parameters that have been prescribed for a law education by this world. They made Howard University, but they didn't make it to make us free men and women. They made Fisk, they made all of these other colleges and institutions, black and white, not to free us, but to make us better servants of white folks. Where's your proof? Look at our condition. We have more degreed blacks than ever, JD, MD, JJD, but the matter of fact is we still niggas in America. But here's one, and there are many others who are boldly standing up with their degrees, boldly standing up in the name of freedom and justice. And when you do that, you will meet the attacks of this world. We at Unity Nation, I repeat, we were kicked off of the campus of Howard University for just having a program like this. They banned the organization, and then they was threatened to put me out, but they couldn't because my grades were too good. If you're gonna be a student activist, just do your homework. They mad at the Howard University law students for cheering the O.J. Simpson verdict. The white law firms are actually coming down on them for cheering the O.J. Simpson verdict. We know we don't agree with O.J. going with Nicole and all that, but we know that O.J. Simpson being found not guilty is a victory for all of those brothers who went down unjustly, who were convicted unjustly. We're happy that O.J. Simpson was acquitted. And Johnny Cochran and Alton Maddox and Johnny Cochran, two shot out the same bow. Alton might be a little stronger, that's true. I heard Johnny buckled a little bit yesterday or the day, but we still love him. I heard he was at the airport. We have love for Johnny Cochran and we'll work with him because he dealt a blow to white supremacy. White supremacy means that white man take you in court, he beats you no matter what the facts are, no matter what the evidence is. The white man is used to coming out on top. Bam, you lose no matter what. But OJ had enough money to defend himself. No matter what the evidence was, if he didn't have the capital and the finance, he still would have went down. And white America still refuses to accept that the evidence and the police department corruption in that wicked police department, the LAPD, Okay, well, those from the West Coast know, and LAPD is nothing but a sign of all the other police departments all across America. They got no love for us, spreading us on the ground all over the country. They got no love for us. They are corrupt as ever. Mark Furman dominates every police department all over America. That's no isolated example. Mark Furman is in New York. He's in Philly. He's all over. So this man is known as the warrior lawyer. His work speaks for itself. He stood strong. He was strong in the defense and the freedom of Mumia Abu-Jamal. According to what I know, he has sent buses that sent and packed the demonstrations in the courtroom. He stood strong for Mumia. He stands strong in New York. He stood strong for Tawana Brawley. Never knows the word capitulation or prostration. Let's bring on the warrior lawyer from New York City, Attorney Alton Maddox.
No justice, no justice. Yes. What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? When do we want it? When do we want it? When do we want it? Hope the person next to you and let them know you're glad that they're an African. Assalamu alaikum. Hotep, Abaragani, free the land, on the move. What time is it, black man and what black woman? What time is it? What time is it? What time is it? What time is it? All right, you say it like you believe it. Let me say that I am very honored and very pleased to be in this gathering with my brothers, Steve Coakley, Dr. Tony Martin, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Dr. Malik Shabazz, Dr. Aswar Kwesi, and Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. I want to thank them for inviting me to be in this gathering. I am happy to be here because this is where the white man does not want us to be. Let us understand that. And I will go anywhere in defiance of this lying, low dog, low down cracker, anywhere. We come here today for only one purpose, and that is to put truth to power. I'm so pleased of being here because this is where the slave master and the house Negroes have told us to stay away from. Don't listen to Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. Don't listen to Leonard Jeffries. Don't listen to Tony Martin. Don't listen to Steve Coakley. Don't listen to the truth. And it's only the truth that shall set us free. I was listening to television this morning, or watching television, and the one thing that I want our brothers to learn after today let us not allow the white man to use us to attack each other. As I looked at one of our noble lawyers, and I thought about my own career, the big difference is, and this is important, when the white man allows you to go to the penthouse, and then he put you out there and threatened to drop you, it's a long drop. When you are in the penthouse. I was never in the penthouse, I was always in the doghouse. Wasn't on the ground floor in the basement. So I never had any fear. I didn't have to worry about losing a Rolls Royce. I didn't have to worry about losing a mansion. I didn't have to worry about losing Gio Armani suits and Bally shoes. I didn't have to worry about that. Problem that we're having, and we got to be very clear about this, is the issue of the house Negro and the field Negro. And it's not the house Negro that has to confess tomorrow. It's not the field Negro, rather, that has to confess tomorrow. It is the house Negro. And those of us who will be out on the mall will be out there to make sure that these house Negroes confess to their collaboration with the enemy against Black people. And it is hoped that as a result of that, that we can once again live in unity, where the original man can resume his rightful place as the landlord of the earth and heir apparent to the throne. The Black man must rise, and the Black man will rise, and our rise will come tomorrow. This is not a time for us to be on our knees. It's a time for us to be on our feet. And I want to say something to the white folks. We fully endorse the language and the mannerism of the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. Because he is addressing the pain and suffering of Black people. It's justifiable anger of the Black man and the Black woman. The mistreatment, the degradation that our people have had to suffer in the hells of North America for 400 years. You better be glad that the only thing that we are doing is calling you bloodsuckers. There's no such thing as an apology. Crackers always want you to apologize. I remember in 1984, I was representing what white folks considered one of the most vicious Black men in New York, Willie Boston. And there was so much rage among white folks that during the course of a court proceeding, they set upon to beat Willie Boston right there in the courtroom. And because I acted as a man should act, because I was a lawyer before, rather, let me restate that. I was a man before I was a lawyer. I did what a man should do. stand in defense of my client, physically or verbally, whatever the circumstances dictate. And I remember as we went to trial, on one side was the so-called pillars of the white community. The judge was testifying against me. The white prosecutors were testifying against me. The court officers were testifying against me. The white probation officers were testifying against me. And the only witness that I had was Willie Bosky. And Willie Bosky's criminal record goes from here down to the White House. And under those circumstances, the judge called me into the chambers along with my lawyers at that time, because at that time was about 20 brothers came in and stood up with me. But as time went on, I had to stand by myself because I continued to struggle. See, black folks give you 1 or 2 times, but when you keep on keeping on, you got to keep on by yourself. And I remember as we went into that chambers, the judge said, Maddox, we got you. You ain't got a chance. And if you get convicted, you're going to prison. And you're going to lose your law license. But we are a benevolent race, meaning the white race. We are decent people. The only thing that you got to do is apologize publicly. And I remember my lawyer, Louis Clayton Jones, before I could even open my mouth, said, Alton Maddox will never apologize, because he was expressing my sentiments. And I can remember the judge shooting back in 1984 and said, well, Jesse Jackson apologized. And Clayton shot back and said, Alton Maddox is not Jesse Jackson. The long shot of that is, despite the fact I went to trial representing myself for nearly a month, the jury came back into the courtroom and asked the judge for the jury instruction again because they thought they had misheard it. And the judge instructed them to find him not guilty. Not what the law was, not how you assemble the facts, but said, I charge you with finding him not guilty. And the jury, like the OJ jury, in defiance of that, came back to that courtroom and said, not guilty on all counts. But the result was this. I would have rather spent years in prison than to see little black girls and boys see me on television apologizing to the white man. That's the psychological damage that we do to our young. The struggle is not about individuals. The struggle is about the dead, the living, and the unborn. And as a black man, you got to represent all three: the past, the present, and the future. And so when people start talking about apologizing, we have to understand that even if we have to give up our lives, so be it. If we got to give up our lives, so be it. And so when they say, well, this is what Farrakhan said, this is what Khalid Abdul Muhammad said, what they don't tell you is that this is also what Nat Turner said. This is also what Denmark Vesey said. This is also what Martin Delaney said. This is also what Marcus Garvey said. This is what Elijah Muhammad said. This is what Malcolm X said.
This is what will always be said until the black man has arisen to his rightful throne and become again the master of the world. Farrakhan, Muhammad, Coakley, and others only doing what they were charged to do by their ancestors. That's what we must understand. This is not anything new. This is no new language. These are the words that have been with us. And I want to define these words very clearly in the language of Martin Delany. And this is a very important quotation that Martin Delany said. And I think that as we go back, we should embrace what our ancestors said to give us the impetus for the struggle that is ahead. Delany said, it would be duplicity longer to disguise the fact that the great issue, sooner or later, upon which must be disputed the world's destiny, will be the question of black and white. And every individual will be called upon for his identity with one or the other. Brothers, tomorrow is not only about your responsibility to your families and your responsibilities to the community, but it's also your responsibility to African people and where you stand on the question of the color line. As we go through the 20th century, Du Bois said the problem of the 20th century is that of the color line. And we have just about reached the culmination of the 20th century. The issue that we must ask ourselves is on what side of the color line are we going to rest? That's the critical issue. When we leave here tomorrow, you should be very clear. As Delany went on to say, the determined aim of the whites has been to crush the colored races wherever found. For more than 2,000 years, the Anglo-Americans will seek to control every inhabitable portion of the earth unless they are stopped. Unless they are stopped. Black man and black woman. We're in some critical times. This ain't about ceremony. This is about blood. The price of victory is blood. The price of victory is blood. You got to spill some blood if you want to be free. And it doesn't really matter about me, because history is going to treat me kindly, because I have been kind to history. The question is whether you're going to be kind to history so that history can treat you as kind as you were to your people. A couple of things I want to touch on real quickly. I think they're very important. In order for there to be total reconciliation, the Jesse Jacksons and others who will be at the Day of Atonement must embrace our brother, Khalid Abdul Muhammad. Tomorrow, the litmus test, the one that white folks haven't told you about, the real litmus test tomorrow
is whether the organizers of the Million Man March embraced Khalid Abdul Muhammad. White folks are not going to be concerned about whether you went back to your wife. White folks ain't concerned about whether you are now paying child support for your children. That's not what they're concerned about tomorrow. They're not concerned about whether you refuse to continue to push drugs for them in the community. What they are concerned about is the merger and marriage between Black leadership and the Black conscience of the liberation movement. Let me make that very clear. Khalid Abdul Muhammad is the conscience of the Black liberation movement today. I didn't say that he was the head of the liberation movement. I said that he was the conscience of the Black liberation movement. And no movement can work effectively without a conscience. And don't think white folks, when they condemned Khalid Abdul Muhammad in the US Senate and the US House of Representatives, was trying to separate the head from the conscience. Let's understand that. Historically, it's always been that way. When Martin Delany joined Frederick Douglass in the 1840s, Martin Delany became Frederick Douglass's conscience. Understand that? Became his conscience. Frederick Douglass said, God made me Black, made me a man. That's what Frederick Douglass said. But he said, Delany said that he made him a Black man. Douglass said, God made me a man. But Delany says, God made him a Black man. So he was the conscience for a short period of time of Frederick Douglass until they brought that white woman in to separate the two brothers. I'm going to skip pages of history and take us up into the 60s. Malcolm X was the conscience of Dr. Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King would have never moved to a poor people's campaign in 1968 had not Malcolm X been there in 1962. Malcolm became Martin's conscience. And the white man understood that this is deep. Every human being, I don't care how moral they are, needs a moral compass. Every leader needs a moral compass. And that moral compass cannot be inside of that leader. That moral compass must be outside of that leader. Just like when you get ready to travel from south to north, you need a compass which is outside of you, a separate entity. And this is the way it will with leadership. You must have a moral compass. In 1984, people talk about Jesse Jackson's run for the US presidency. But Minister Louis Farrakhan was the conscience in 1984 of Jesse Jackson. He was his moral compass. He is what guided him. And many of us would not have even touched Jesse in 84 had it not been for Minister Louis Farrakhan. Minister Farrakhan was just as responsible for registering those blacks were as Jesse Jackson. because it was the moral compass of Louis Farrakhan that guided Jesse appropriately. And then when he got rid of that moral compass, he fell on his knees. You gotta have that moral compass. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, and this doesn't take anything away from Minister Farrakhan. Khalid Abdul Muhammad is the conscience of Minister Louis Farrakhan. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. So we here today talk about the truth. Justice is a search for the truth. And that's all that you should be concerned about. I'm not here to win popularity contests. It's a lot of people that don't like me because of what I say, but I'm not hooked up to nobody but the truth itself. I'm not concerned about the Democrats or the Republicans. I'm not concerned about federal grants. I'm not concerned about crackers. I got white folks out of my system a long time ago. For some of our brothers tomorrow, you should call on a moral excellence. Get rid of white fever. Y'all know what y'all do when y'all have fever. Y'all resort to X-Lax. Y'all need to call us the X-Lax tomorrow. Get crackers out of your system. I don't care what white folks say about me. I don't want no white folks awards. I don't want that Nobel Peace Prize. I don't want that grants. We're talking about truth here. I don't care how moral Dr. Ben Chavis is. He will never be the moral compass to Louis Farrakhan. Don't let them fool you. Don't let them fake you out. You got to understand history. You got to understand relationships in history. Black man and black woman must wake up and see the truth. Tomorrow, it won't mean nothing unless and until Minister Farrakhan, Ben Chavis, Jesse Jackson, and everybody else in the Million Man March embrace and salute our brother, Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. That's the litmus test. Just think what would have happened if Dr. King had embraced his moral conscience at the March on Washington in 1963. Just think where we would have been if Dr. King had brought in his moral conscience and not fought his moral conscience and resisted his moral conscience. Just think what we would have been. The litmus test tomorrow is simply that and nothing else. I'm not going to get into brownie points, telling the truth. But my love for my people outweigh my concerns for brownie points. And then we must, brothers, not continue to be Cain slaying Abel. When God asks you, where's your brother? You cannot respond by saying, am I my brother's keeper? You can't respond by saying that. You must respond by saying, I am my brother's keeper. When white folks ask you to denounce Minister Farrakhan, you must say, I am my brother's keeper. When white folks ask you to denounce Dr. Khalid Abdul-Muhammad, you must say, I am my brother's keeper. When Mumia Abu-Jamal is sitting in a prison in Pennsylvania, you must say, I am my brother's keeper. When Tawana Browning is raped and abused and kidnapped, representing the rape and abuse of millions of Black women all over America, you must say, I am my sister's keeper. Regardless of what the price is, regardless of what they take away from you, you must say that I am more of a man. 5 years, state of New York said you had to be suspended from the practice of law, and then they reviewed my case about a year ago, and they found out I was still too defiant. I ain't backed up an inch. Nor do I intend to back up an inch. And I will return to that courtroom one day as a Black man standing on his feet rather than on his knees, kicking back. Brothers, the issue tomorrow is not whether you stand together. The issue tomorrow is whether you stick together. It's one thing to stand together. It's another thing to stick together, brothers. I've been involved in a lot of struggles, a lot of scars. But along the way, people lose their glue, lose their cohesiveness, get deterred by this devil, and move away from it. I know about that. I've lived that kind of life. I understand that. Some of us have a reason to be atoning tomorrow. And I have a list of Negroes that I want to hear their confessions and want to make sure my name is included. We're talking about something real. We're talking about something in terms of reality. I know the pain and I know the suffering. But I come from a long line of suffering. I suffer because Harriet Tubman suffered. I suffer because Sojourner Truth suffered. I suffer because the Scottsboro boys suffered. Emmett Till suffered. Central Park boys suffered. I know a lot about suffering. See, Jews don't have no monopoly on suffering. There's a big difference between 12 years of suffering and 400 years of suffering. You can't match that up. Nowhere. 412 does not equal 1. I don't care where you divide it. Don't let them fool you that there's some trademark infringement. W.D. Du Bois was already using it. We talk about copycats. We can't be accused of that because we are the original people. We gave the world civilization. The world is only expanded on what we gave them in the first place. We are very thankful to be here. I'm very thankful to be in this audience, the only audience that I would be in, because I was told that Malik Shabazz could not hold this on the campus of any university. Howard University. I was told he could not hold this on the campus of Howard University. But then that doesn't surprise me, because I went to Howard more than 30 some years ago. I know the sickness, the James Neighbors, and the other Toms, the head of that institution then, and that their legacy is still obviously in effect today. I understand that. But I'm proud to be wherever Black folks are. I don't care whether Howard University or hop along duty. Wherever real Black folks are, that's where I'm proud to be. I feel good about being here today, because I know I'm among my kind of people. Wherever the white man try to keep me away from, that's where I'm headed. People say, well, why are you with Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad? Because anytime I see bloodhounds chasing a Black man, I join the Black man in the hunt. That's why I'm with Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. People who know me know that anybody who's an outcast, when I was trying cases, the most unpopular, despised defendants was the one that I represented. The ones that people said their cases were doomed and nobody could win them. Those are the ones that I won. So it is out of that legacy that we come here today, thankful for all of our ancestors, thankful for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad for giving us Malcolm X, Dr. Minister Louis Farrakhan, and Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. You can't talk about the fruit without mentioning the tree. You got to sometimes talk about the messenger. I want us to stand and hold hands. I know that this is a wonderful occasion, but this is our African allegiance. And every Wednesday night and everywhere we go at the Slave Theater, we reaffirm our Africanness and make our pledge. And Black men, tomorrow, you got to make a pledge. And certainly the words of the Honorable Marcus Garvey are as inspiring as most. Please repeat after me. We're an African people, robbed from our homeland, robbed of our names, our languages, our cultures, our religions, our sisterhood, our brotherhood, our motherhood, our manhood, and our self-respect. But we shall rise, never to fall again. Up, ye mighty race, you can accomplish what you will. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. All right.
The warrior lawyer. The warrior lawyer. Moving on down the road, we're not going to keep you long. Everybody all right? The fire has only begun to start, because coming up in a few moments is Farrakhan's flamethrower. Again, this is going out across the country, all young brothers and anybody in the community. We want y'all to begin organizing. That's what this is. Unity Nation is not some special group that can do this. It's about promoting and about propaganda and promoting Black consciousness. All right? We can do this all over the country. Wherever the struggle is, wherever there's a stand to be made, we can do it. But you got to be aggressive. You've got to be strong. You've got to be diligent, all right? All you young brothers, this is nothing special what we're doing up here. We do this all the time. Well, no matter what part of the country you're in, I'm gonna give out my phone number. You call us up and we'll teach you or we'll help you to do this all over the country. And this is also for the tape. If anybody wants this tape, that number is area code 202-635-3404. I repeat, area code 202-635-3404. That's the number to Unity Nation in Washington, D.C. Once again, 202-635-3404. All right? Everybody all right? Give yourself a hand. You've been very patient. If you're hungry, we still got food. We got drinks, patronize all the Black businesses and the vendors. We know what a hard time they get, like up in Harlem and etc. Patronize this Black business, all right? Now, what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna have an exercise in public charity and donation. It's only gonna take a few minutes. So we know we got people all the way across the country who wanna represent. So we're gonna give y'all a chance to represent. We're gonna take a few public donations, then we're gonna pass the but we never give the Bay-Base kids, is that right? We keep giving to the March of Dimes and the dimes keep rolling right on out the Black community. St. Louis Black Chamber of Commerce, $100. If it's a check, make it out to Unity Nation. UNITY Nation, Unity Nation. That's a bold stand, we thank you. Anybody else, $100 or more. Dr. Khalid Muhammad is on his way. $100 or more. $100 or more. If no one's around you, just stand up and yell out. If we don't have enough, if no one is there to reach you, $100 donation. Okay, we'll take it to $50. Anybody with a $50 donation? Who's that on that $50 bill? Who that? Huh? Hamilton? Grant? See, I don't see too many of them or the higher ones. I don't know who. Grant? Oh, right. We said a dead president, right? Well, they good presidents, right? Because they dead presidents. Oh, anybody else? We need some, anybody with a $50 donation, just put your Black hand in the air. We'll move right quickly to get you from wherever part of the country we're from. Anybody with a $50, brother from Khalifa Books. UPN US Books and Things from Virginia, $50. Let's give him a hand. That brother's been pushing books and knowledge of self. And we need those $50 donations. Now, anybody in the house with a nice $50 donation? Brother Aaron Page from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, $50. Milwaukee in the house represent. There's another Black man. There's some more soldiers over there for $50 donations. UCLA, West Coast. That's where I'm from, $50. We love you. We love you, Black man. $100. Let's give it up. That money could have went for something else. That money's not going to the dope den. That money is going to promote the unity, the elevation, and the education of Black people. Nowhere can you receive what you hear here tonight, anywhere else at any time. No college, no university, and very few books. And you know, we don't read, unfortunately, but we're going to change all that. Who was that from? From Dallas, Texas, Minister Jeremiah Farad Muhammad, $100. Big D in the house.
Eastern and Pacific Time. Next, a speech by Khalid Muhammad of the Nation of Islam. He spoke Sunday before Monday's Million Man March in Washington, D.C. His remarks last an hour and 15 minutes.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Most Merciful, who came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever. We forever thank him for coming, as it was written and prophesied that he would come to seek and to save that which was lost. We can find no other people fitting the description of the lost brother, the lost sister, or the lost sheep, except we, the 50 million or more, mentally and spiritually dead, Black men and Black women here in the hells of North America. We thank him for raising up his messenger and his Messiah, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. But if I live to be 1,000, I will forever and eternally be grateful to the man who opened my eyes, the man who woke me up, the man who taught me what time it is and put me in tune with the divine rhythm of the liberation and salvation of the Black nation. I speak of none other than my spiritual father, leader, and teacher, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. In their names, I greet you, my beloved and beautiful sisters and brothers and others, with the greeting words of peace. Assalamu alaikum. Hotep, on the move, free the land, Black laws for all Black people. What's up? Alafia and shalom. It is indeed my honor and great joy and privilege to be invited by Brother and Dr. Malik Zulu Shabazz, who is one of the greatest student leaders of all time, and who represents to us the spirit of student revolutionary action that many of you have read about from the 60s, who has now graduated from Howard University. I almost said Howard University, but since I just almost said it, there's no need for me to say it. So you can't condemn me for what I didn't say. Now that he has graduated from Howard University, and graduated from the School of Law, and has his Juris Doctorate degree, I think we should remember the great history and legacy of this young warrior lawyer student here in Washington, D.C. For whenever anyone is in trouble here in Washington, D.C., you could expect to see young Malik Zulu Shabazz rallying the youth and rallying the troops for them. You could see him at the side of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. You have seen him at the side of Mayor Marion Barry, even though Marion Barry, at a time when nobody wanted to touch him, it was Malik Zulu Shabazz with others of the common people and students in a youth movement who stood up for him. And then after he saw himself rising, he distanced himself from Brother Malik Zulu Shabazz. You see him at the side of Professor and really Dr. Steve Coakley, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Dr. Tony Martin, Dr. Yusuf Ben Yakinen. You find him on the front lines. And so we are most honored. You see him with Brother Malik Farrakhan and the grassroots and Don't Smoke the Brother, Ceasefire. You find him always on the front line. So I'm taking this time with all of you present to thank him for calling us together and having an African Black Holocaust and Nationhood Conference every year. Give him a strong Black hand. Dr. Malik Zulu Shabazz, the warrior lawyer, in the spirit of Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Ture, in the spirit of H. Rap Brown, Imam Jamil El Amin, and the great revolutionary students, in the spirit of Imamu Amiri Baraka, in the spirit of Sonia Sanchez and others who came to us. I promise not to be too long, but I must be strong. I did not come to a Black African Holocaust Nationhood Conference to tiptoe through the tubes. I didn't come to pussyfoot. I didn't come to dilly-dally. I didn't come to beat around the bush. I didn't come with a dance and a song. I came to place the blame squarely where it belongs. I didn't come to pin the tail on the donkey. I came to pin the tail on the hunky. That's why I am here at this Black African Holocaust Conference convened by Dr. Malik Zulu Shabazz. We want to try the white man today. We want to hold court on this devil today. Hold court on this cracker. And I'm here to tell you that there will be no rush to judgment. There will be no rush to judgment. We will find this cracker guilty beyond any reasonable doubt, with moral certainty, with no recommendation for mercy. But in the meantime, with Brother Mumia's son right here on the podium with us, we want to keep this cracker on death row with no possibility for a stay of execution. And so I yield now for him to read the statement from his father from death row. Please receive him. Give him a strong Black hand, the son of our brother. But we must call, let me say this, we must not only call, but we must stand tall to free all Black political prisoners. We are not just going to call for it, but there must be a time and a generation that will rise up, that will not just march, will not just protest, but stand up millions strong and bum rush this cracker and take our political prisoners from this no good, low down, dirty white man.
That's right. Power to the people. I'm here to deliver a message to the people. And I would like to tell these people that you have to stand up to this corrupt system. You have to stop hiding and be a man, because this is the Black power of togetherness, of revolution that's been relived. So the people, you have to stand and stop this corrupt system from stealing our brothers, stealing our fathers, accusing our mothers, and raping our sisters. We have to be a people and stand there. We can't just talk about it. We got to be about it. So how many people is going to be about it? Free Mumia. We got to establish that. To free Mumia. We will not let the system to kill my father, Mumia Abu Jamal. Now, people, I come to read this statement, and it said, message to the Million Man March. And I hope that you deliver this message to the people that cannot come here, whether they was lame, scared, crippled, or crazy. I want you to deliver it to them in plain standard English. This is a message to the Million Man March from Mumia Abu Jamal. On the move, long live John Africa's revolution. Many of you will no doubt gasp and be alarmed when you hear that the writer of these words is on death row. But why be alarmed? Why be scared?
In America, are we all not on death row? Think of Miles Green of Detroit, Brother Duffy of Miami, of men, women, and children, known and unknown, nameless to all except those who loved them. Eternal Black victims of the great white executioners. Since 1619 to this very day, when the relentless war on Black life continues unabated. Think of the martyred ones, those 28 men who soldiered for the Black Panther Party, like Fred Hampton, Mark Clark, George Luther Jackson, and Jonathan Jackson. Think of the Move marchers of May 13, 1985, bombed into oblivion by this very government. Were they not on death row? And that is our problem, isn't it? At this march, let us now use this massive strength to organize, to rebuild, to breathe new life into our people's movements, to free ourselves from our deadly daily reality. If we merely come together to beat our feet, shout our lungs out, and shake our fists at an empty sky, we have failed. All the universe pulsates with purpose. Will we be out of sync with the natural rhythms of the universe itself? What is our purpose? Let us organize our strength for our collective freedom. Let us organize our collective power to shout out, not in supplication, but in militant affirmation of our God-given worth. On the move, let us organize, for in unity there is strength. Use this opportunity to build strong, deep, and lasting organizational expression of our truest selves, ones which speak our truths unafraid to the world, ones that do righteous battle for our interests, one that support the simple yet profound principle that a truly free and independent people do what needs to be done to preserve their existence and protect their tomorrows, no matter what. Be militant, be committed. Let freedom become your faith. Let revolution become your religion. On the move. It is one of America's firmest goals to keep the grandsons of slaves helpless and virtually powerless. If you can't help yourselves, you can't help others. Power ain't a job, nor a title. It's the ability to make things happen, period. Let us organize our collective will. Let us build. Our grandmothers and grandfathers built this nation with the blood, sweat, and tears of their stolen toil. Let us build, organize, on the move. Long live John Africa and revolution. Peace.
Give them a strong Black hand, brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters, we want to begin, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We want to begin with the trail of bloody evidence. The trail of bloody evidence that leads from Africa all the way to the door of the Pope in the Vatican, all the way up to the signs, the telltale signs on the back gate and the front gate of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. We want to deal with the trail of bloody evidence and the overwhelming and compelling DNA evidence. This time it's no white Bronco chase. We're dealing with the slave ships, the good ship Jesus of Lubeck. No white Bronco chase, but the slave ships of the grace of Mary, the Holy Mother, and other names that they gave them, the grace of God, names that the white man gave to his slave ships. We want to deal with the abuse and misuse of not only the Black woman and the rape of our great-great-grandmother, I don't know which great it was. Hell, all of them were great. But also the abuse and the misuse of the white man's woman, because he has abused her ever since we have been able to trace the history from the cave to the condo. She had to fight him even to vote for the women's suffrage. She still works in the same positions today and does not receive equal pay. He uses her in all kinds of compromising sex commercial positions just to sell his cheap and no good merchandise. So the domestic abuse, the spousal abuse, the sexism, the racism, the Zionism, the imperialism, all of the signs and clues, all of the evidence is there before us. His history books, his textbooks, his schools, his colleges and universities have become a cesspool of contamination. A cesspool of contamination, and his history is exactly that, his story. It has been contaminated, compromised, and thereby corrupted. And having been contaminated, compromised, and thereby corrupted, we find that the defendant, the white man, AKA the cracker, the peckerwood, the devil, the beast, Satan, Lucifer, Beelzebub. The guy goes by many names. His aliases are all over the globe. We will not present to you here today a mountain, a mere mountain of evidence. We have a world of evidence, an entire universe of evidence against the white man. He is the coldest, most vicious one that has ever lived 196,940,000 square miles of the planet Earth. The Japanese people will be a witness against him, and they will not be weak witnesses, for he has dropped the atomic bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and they still suffer from it to this very day. The red man and the red woman, called Indian by him on his way to India, gets lost, ends up in the wrong place, calls the people Indian anyway. I think his name was Christopher, reminding me of a Negro in the O.J. Simpson case named Christopher Darden, another man who apparently is lost. Give me a few moments. We've got to build the case. My little son, Farrakhan, standing with me. My son, Kalfani, standing with me. Give them a strong black hand. I see Brother Steve Coakley, I believe, with his son at his side. Give them a strong black hand. Brother Sundiata is on the stage with us. His little son, no doubt, is with Sister Chandalan, who is my little godson, Sekim. Let's give them a strong hand. I understand that Brother Malik Zulu Shabazz, Dr. Malik Zulu Shabazz, his mother is here. Let's give her a strong black hand for bringing into the world this one that we might benefit today. We're going to cover many things here tonight, but we must follow this trail of bloody evidence with no rush to judgment. We have been under the white man for the past 440 years in America and 6,000 years in general. We have lost over 600 million at the hands of the white man in the past 6,000 years. That is 100 times worse than the so-called Holocaust of the so-called Jew, the imposter Jew. Well, sometimes you have to be careful when you talk about them. I'm never careful. You can't even say anything without these imposter Jews running all over the place, running off at the mouth. You can't even sneeze. Achoo. Or they'll swear you said achoo. The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that separation is the only solution. Many of you have gotten so comfortable today. You believe that the white man's offer of integration is a sincere offer, but God's man in our midst, the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and my teacher who taught me, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, have taught us that separation is the only solution. There is no future for you in white America, black man, and there is no future for you in white America, black woman. A so-called contract with America, a no good cracker named Newt Gingrich, another cracker named Dole, another cracker named Bill Clinton. Come out, he's going somewhere to speak tomorrow on racial matters. War criminals, a war criminal himself, and every cracker on Capitol Hill. It's the history of the United Snakes of America. All of them are war criminals, but he will not address that tomorrow. The history of the white man is written in blood. His hands are dripping with the blood. The history, the evidence, the proof fits like a bloody glove, dripping with the blood of the black, brown, red, and yellow peoples of the planet Earth. It's a universe of evidence, a world of evidence, not a mere mountain of evidence against the white man. Look at you, black man. Look at you, black woman. Here we are on the eve of October the 16th. Here we are on the eve of the most powerful, the most overwhelming event since our sojourn here in the hells of North America. 1 million black men converging on the capital of the United States of America on a day of atonement, not a holiday, not a protest day. That's too lightweight. We have come together on a high holy day, a high holy day of atonement. Not atonement to the white man, but atonement to our God, the God of our forefathers, the God of our foremothers, the God of our ancestors. For we have broken the laws, the commandments, and the statutes of our God since we have been here in the hells of North America. We must make atonement to each other. For as Ezekiel says, we are the dry bones in the valley, dry of knowledge, dry of wisdom, dry of understanding. Why are we called dry bones in the Bible? God is not interested in some bones, but the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan teach us that we are called dry bones in the valley because America is the very valley of the shadow of death for the black man and black woman. And we, like bones, have been disunited. We, like bones, have been scattered and separated, dry of knowledge, dry of wisdom, dry of understanding, in a valley, again called the valley of the shadow of death. And so tomorrow we are called to atonement to each other. Nobody more divided than the black man and black woman here in the hells of North America. Look at us. You ask us our name. We give you a white man's name. We give you a white woman's name. Harry McGillicuddy, Jim Dandy O'Houlihan, Abraham Lincoln Culpepper, Hattie Mae hamburger with lettuce and tomatoes on the side. Whatever plantation we were on, we had to wear the name of the white man who owned us. If we were on the Johnson plantation, we had to wear the name of a cracker named Johnson. If we got sold to the Smith plantation next week, then we all had to wear the name of the new white man who owned us. And so here we are, 100 years up from slavery, and we still wear the names of the same wicked, white, cruel slave masters who kept us in chattel slavery for over 310 years. Robbed of our names, our language, our religion, our culture, our God, our folkways, our mores, our norms, robbed of the very power of our own being. No other people ever recorded in the annals of history so robbed and so spoiled. The complete burning and Holocaust and genocide of an entire nation of people. And the nerve of these devils to become angry with our brother attorney Johnny Cochran, angry with him because Mark Furman, who is actually representative of the white brute beast police all across America, the nerve of them to get angry with him because he said Mark Furman, he paralleled Mark Furman with Adolf Hitler. Look at it, so-called Jew. Look at it, imposter Jew. Somebody must call you what you are. Somebody must look you in your cold, lying blue eyes and pull the cover off of you today. I don't give a damn about you, and I will give you hell from the cradle to the grave. Always will I give you hell from the cradle to the grave. Attacking brother Johnny Cochran. Johnny Cochran is using and playing the race card. Why would he mention Adolf Hitler? Mark Furman said the only good nigger is a dead nigger. He went on to say how he would like to bomb or burn all niggers. Is that not what Holocaust means? Have you so quickly forgotten Osage Avenue in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and John Africa and the Move family, where they murdered men, women, children, and babies, and dropped the bomb on an entire Black community? Mark Furman, again, is a sign of the rabid racist, white supremacist mentality and mind that permeates the atmosphere all over America and indeed all over the globe. We all rejoiced when OJ was acquitted, but tomorrow, October 16th, when 1 million Black men will convene under the leadership of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan here in Washington, D.C., we ask you, Brother OJ, Brother Orenthal James, will you be here? Because it was Black women, Black mothers who let him go home. It was Black women who prevailed on the jury to let him go home, even though they knew he was going home to a white woman. Black women stood up to free O.J. Simpson. You know it's true. You know it's true. I do not believe that O.J. Simpson is guilty of the murder of Nicole Brown. I don't care, but I don't know. All of the black people who've been murdered at the hands of white folks, I don't know if he's guilty of anything else that they're talking about. I certainly don't believe that he's guilty of the murder of Ron Goldman. I don't believe he's guilty. But one thing I do know that he's guilty of being a traitor to the black woman, a traitor to the black family, and a traitor to the black nation. That he is guilty of. Get out of that situation. It looks like a white woman would have taught you a lesson. But you get out of that situation, Brother O.J., and you don't come home to your black woman. You come home to another stringy-haired, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, pale-skinned, buttermilk complexion, straight up but straight down, Miss 6 o'clock, ironing board backside, no frills, no thrill, white girl, no good, Orenthal James Simpson. Come on home, O.J. Come on home, O.J. Come back home to your black woman, back home to the black family, back home to the black nation. Let me deal with some of these issues. Some of you are now criticizing my father, criticizing my teacher, because black women are not going to be at the march. Only a few who are key representatives in the liberation struggle, but others who are key representatives and other black women who have well been represented from every stage of the organizing of the march will not be present. Why, black woman? As Angela Davis said, does that mean that we feel that we are above you? We're dissing you? We're pushing you to the back? No, black woman. We know that many of you can throw down if it came to that. Some of us learned the hard way. We hit you and got hit back. So we know you can throw down. That's not the issue at all. We know you are thinkers. We know you are planners. We know you are formulators. That's why you've been involved from the very inception. But it's time that the black man take a stand. You've been standing up, black woman. It was the black woman who carried us through the slavery system on the plantation. In many instances, you had to do things beneath your dignity just to keep your father, your man, your brother from being sold from plantation to plantation, from auction block to auction block, from city to city. You had to do things beneath your dignity, black woman. You carried us during the slavery system on the plantation. You are the backbone of the civil rights movement. And no pastor will deny. No pastor will deny that the black woman is absolutely the backbone of the church. If you leave church, black woman, church is over. Church is over. You're the backbone of the church. You've been the backbone of playing key roles in the civil rights movement, from the front seat of the bus all the way to the back seat of the bus. You, Black woman, have carried us. Not all Black men, but some of us. We can hear a knock at the door. Old blue-eyed bill collector at the front door, whatever color his eyes are, knocking on the door. Not all Black men, but some Black men. In the back room, as Brother Ajabu said, 2 minutes, in the back room, saying, honey, go see who that is, honey, and tell him, honey, I ain't home. Poor Black woman, hurt, goes to the front door with her pretty lip poked out. And she says, he say he ain't home. He say he ain't home. The Black woman has wanted us to stand up. No, Sister Angela Davis, we have to stand up. You've been standing up. You have nourished us and nurtured us. And now, as you are called in the Bible, in the book of Kings, a widow, Black woman, you're called a widow in the Bible, so teaches Elijah and Farrakhan. You're called a widow in the Bible because you're man, because we have been, as the Masons say, struck a blow to the head, which rendered us dead. Struck a blow to the head at the east gate, carried on a westernly course, buried in the north corner where there is no light, under an old rubbish heap. But it's a shallow grave. And someone must come with the lion's paw or the eagle's claw or the master grip that won't slip and raise this Black man from a dead level to a living perpendicular and stand him upright on the square. We give thanks to Almighty God. This is not a Farrakhan march, but we give thanks to Almighty God that one has been raised up in our midst who has a Black man manufacturing center going, where he's turning Black men off of the assembly line on a daily and consistent basis. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan with a Black man manufacturing center. The master grip that won't slip. Black woman, you are a unique one, divine. There's a certain quality that God put into you, Black woman, that he didn't put into the others. Look at O.J. Simpson's Black wife. They tried every way they could to drag her into this. But there's a unique quality in you, Black woman. She fought them every step of the way, even though she had been disrespected, even though she had been, in a sense, abandoned and kicked to the curb. There's something in you, Black woman. O.J. Simpson took his money, found some glorified whore from the Mezzaluna, or whatever the hell cafe, and put his money in her, spent his money on her no good, ugly mama, and her no good, ugly daddy, and her no good, ugly, whorish sisters, who have all come out against him to this very day after he abandoned the Black woman. Spent all of his money on the white woman. But the Black woman still wouldn't turn on him. The Black women in the jury box still wouldn't turn on him. You need your backing, Black woman. We need your support. When we go tomorrow, we want to come back to you, new men. We want to come back to you. Yes, some responsible now, but more committed, more dedicated, more responsible than we've ever been before. The Day of Atonement to you, Black women, to the Black family, to our Black children, and again to each other, because we have been the dry bones in the valley. Look at us. Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, Nation of Islam, Honorable Silas Muhammad, Nation of Islam, Shia, Sunni, Ahmadiyya, Supreme Minister John Muhammad, Nation of Islam. Look at us. Solomon, the prepared one, as he is called, Nation of Islam. Here comes another kind of Muslim, the other kind of Muslim. Here comes a Muslim who's not any of that. He's just a Muslim, or she's just a Muslim. Church of God in Christ. Church of God out of Christ. Church of God over Christ. Church of God under Christ. Church of God around Christ. Church of God through Christ. Church of God, no Christ. Church of Christ, no God. Church, no God, no Christ, just having church. Ain't got no God, ain't got no Christ. Some of us, I'm not speaking of all, I'm speaking of our disunity. Look at it. I'm with the Republican Party. And I'm with the Democratic Party. Fool, you're not even invited to the party. And it really ain't even that kind of party. I'm a white collar worker. I'm a blue collar worker. Here comes a fool with no shirt on. I'm a Mason. I'm an elk. I'm a moose. I'm an Eastern Star. I'm a Shriner. All of these have good. All of these have positive. I'm Omega. I'm Sigma. I'm Kappa. I'm Alpha. I'm Delta. I'm Sigma Gamma Rho. I'm Z5B, honey, see me. AKA, as long as we live by the cardinal principles of the founding mothers and fathers, there is good in all. I'm just saying that we must pull the Black family, pull the Black nation together, and we must not let it degenerate into tribalism. That's all I'm saying. Pull the family together, draw from the good of the Christian church, of the Muslim nation, the Muslim mosque, from the Black Hebrew synagogue, from the cathedral, the Black Catholic, pull it all together. Because the whipping winds are blowing in America. We mentioned earlier the so-called contract on America. These are some of the whipping winds to blow on the dry bones. Cutting off the welfare, cutting back the food stamps, cutting off that constipating government cheese that they used to give out so freely. Procurement, entitlement, affirmative action, which was always just a Band-Aid. That's not real, and it's not a positive and the most positive step toward freedom and independence. We need reparations. We need some of this land, some of this good earth that we can call our own. And we are not just talking about some money from white folks, some paper with some dead Peckerwood president's pictures on the money. Our great-great-grandparents would turn over in their grave if they knew all we wanted was some money. And I don't believe that's where we are. We must have the money, yes, but we must also have land, because land is the basis of independence, and we must have full reparations. I want to cover these few more points quickly as I near my conclusion, but I have some key points that I must cover as we look at this trail of bloody evidence that will lead to the front gate and the back gate of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. We will have 1 million witnesses coming in to bear witness to all that we are saying here tonight. To rape us, to lynch us, to burn us alive. Every law in the District of Columbia, every law in the state of Maryland, every law in the state of Virginia, Delaware, California, Georgia, New York, Massachusetts, New Jersey, it makes no difference. Every law in the penal code system, federal and state of the white man had to break those laws in order to establish this nation. We're going to poll the children. How many of you will bear witness that the white man committed armed robbery in order to get America? Let me see your hand. How do you find him? How do you find him? Hands down. How many of you admit that the white man committed grand larceny and petty larceny in order to set up the United States of America? How do you find him?
Guilty.
How do you find him?
Guilty.
How many of you admit that he's the most notorious liar and perjurer ever recorded in the annals of history? How do you find him? How many of you admit that he committed kidnapping? Every hand in here should go up, because you're all Exhibit A. You wouldn't be here unless somebody kidnapped you. How do you find him? How do you find him?
Guilty.
How do you find him on the count of racism, white supremacy? They're setting up of Jim Crow law, setting up civil rights bills and voting rights bills and Reconstruction, and then turning around and reconstructing the whole thing, making us go over and over and over again over these things. How do you find him? Brothers and sisters, how many of you find him guilty? Find him guilty of committing the greatest atrocities of any other people ever recorded in the annals of time? How many of you find him guilty of starting World War I, World War II, working on World War III? How do you find him? How many of you find him the most violent one that has ever been on the face of the earth? How do you find him? There's no one more violent than the white man. An international gangster. America is a criminal enterprise. How do you find this criminal enterprise, America? Guilty or not guilty? It's a criminal enterprise. It's guilty. We find them guilty with no recommendation for mercy. The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, in his book, Message to the Black Man, and in the Muhammad Speaks newspaper and the Final Call newspaper, under What the Muslims Believe, he says that we believe that the offer of integration is hypocritical and is made by those who are trying to deceive the Black peoples into believing that their 400-year-old open enemies are all of a sudden their friends. He says further, we believe that this is the time in history for the separation of the so-called Negroes and the so-called white Americans. We believe that the Black man should be freed in name as well as in fact. By this we mean that he should be freed from the names imposed upon him by his former slave masters. Separation, freedom and independence, a nation of our own. The call is for a spiritual, cultural Black power, a spiritual, cultural Black liberation movement that moves toward Black nationalism. I have never voted in my life. Who would I vote for? Who are the candidates? Satan, the devil, Lucifer, and Beelzebub. And either one of these crackers you vote for, you're still going to end up catching hell. It makes no difference. Brother Colin Powell has written his book, My American Journey. I don't know about Brother Colin Powell's American journey, but our American journey has not been a dream. It's been a nightmare. I don't know about voting for a man who will wear 4 stars for the white man. I don't know about voting for a man who will go into Panama, who will go anywhere the white man sends him, and he will kill Black men, women, children, and babies because he has been sworn to uphold America and to defend America from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And whoever the white man determines is an enemy of his, he will send his watchdogs, his attack dogs to attack. I don't know about voting for Colin Powell. I can't vote for Jesse Jackson, but both Colin Powell and Jesse Jackson, we believe that since this is October 15th at 12:01 tonight, we are declaring this as our high holy day of atonement. So as of 12:01 tonight, we're calling on them to become more committed to our people. So they all deserve a chance. Reverend Ben Chavis deserves a chance. All of them deserve a chance. Dr. Cornel West, Dr. Henry Louis Gates, they have been reported to be on the point for the Jews. But as of 12:01 tonight, all of them deserve a chance. They are our family. They are our brothers. And any sisters who need to come home, they too deserve a chance. But from this point on, we will be watching every one of them as we move toward freedom and independence. We all need to atone. I need to atone. But I don't need to atone for standing up for the freedom and independence of our people. I don't have to atone for attacking the Pope of Rome, who was just here a few days ago. You didn't think I was going to miss this opportunity to speak the truth on the Pope of Rome? I was taught under the teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad that the Pope of Rome is the Antichrist, is the dragon of the book of Revelation. It makes me sick to my stomach to see Black people in Africa run over each other, trample each other, literally murder each other just to kiss this cracker's ring. Who in the hell is the Pope of Rome but an imposter? He's an idol. He is a false icon that must be torn down, and he must be exposed today. I cannot leave him alone. Talking about he's the vicar of Christ. He's the right hand of Christ. But when he got shot, When the Pope got shot, he should have been happy he was shot. If he was going on to glory, going on to heaven, if he was supposed to be who he says he really is, if he was going to the right hand, but instead they called in the best doctors they could find. He should have been saying, get away from me. I don't want no doctor. I'm going on to heaven. I'm going on to the right hand. Why do you make mockery of the Pope? I'm not making mockery of the Pope. The battle is for the minds and hearts of Black people. We must fight for the minds and hearts of our people. The Pope is false. The Pope is the Antichrist. The Pope is an imposter. And I cannot let you take some cracker in your head and believe that he can intercede for you with God. You are the chosen people of God, and you don't need no damn cracker to intercede for you, Black man, and you, Black woman. You don't need it, Black man and woman. Look at this imposter. Brother Sundiata is up here. I know that Professor or Doctor, that's what he is. Ashra Kwesi is here. Give him a black hand. The Pope, which is supposed to mean Papa, the Father. But the Bible says that in the spiritual realm, in the religious realm, that no man is supposed to be called Father. In the religious order and the religious realm of God, you go against the very book itself while you pretend to uphold the book. Look at the so-called Pope when he wears the high crown, the hedge crown of Assad, the hedge crown of that one that the Greeks, the freaks, call Osiris, wearing the hedge crown of the ancient Black Pharaoh, carrying the wasp scepter in his hand, the ancient staff of power and authority among our forefathers and foremothers in ancient Egypt or Kemet. Study Dr. Yusuf bin Yakima. Study Professor Tony Browder. Study Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Maulana Karenga. Study Dr. Sekhmet Nana Okosawa. Thank you, Father. Okosawa Sekhmet. Study the greats among us, Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop, Dr. George G.M. James. Study Dr. Malefi Asante. Study them wearing the hedge crown of our ancient forefathers and foremothers, a criminal, a thief, robbing us right before our eyes, carrying our staff or scepter of power and authority. And you wonder why I said we should raise his dress up and see what's really happening under that dress? I'm talking about exposing him. I'm not into no silly talk. I'm not interested in what is under the Pope's clothes. I'm not into that. We're talking about exposing him. It's a metaphor. It's a figure of speech. Why would you attack the Pope? Why would you criticize the Pope? Isn't that what got you in trouble before? If you're Black, you're born in trouble in America. I'm a freedom fighter. I'm a righteous man of God, but I'm a freedom fighter. I'm a revolutionary. And in the Million Man March, there's a place for the freedom fighter. There's a place for the revolutionary. There's a place for the agitator, the irritator, the infuriator, that one who hassles and harasses the enemy. I don't care if I'm the 1 millionth black man. If I'm the last one, there must be a place for the agitator. That one who agitates. I don't care how good your washing machine is. I don't care what color it is. I don't care how much you paid for it. It's not the rent cycle. It's not the spin cycle. But what whips and beats and turns them clothes every way but loose and beats the dirt and the grime and the filth out of those clothes is what's called the agitator in the washing machine. It's the duty of the revolutionary. It's the duty of the freedom fighter to hassle the enemy, to harass the enemy, to infuriate the enemy and irritate and agitate the enemy, to make the enemy make mistakes that they ordinarily would not make, to miscalculate, to be uncompromising, drive the enemy to the negotiating table with our divine diplomats and our divine negotiators. We must drive into the table. You say, well, don't you think you might be undermining Minister Farrakhan and what he's going to do tomorrow? Shut up, fool. I don't have to be the quarterback. I just want to be on the team with Farrakhan. I just want to be a pulling guard, a hard-nosed pulling guard on the line, looking the enemy straight in his eye, ready to pull down the line, breaking Cracker's legs and backs so that Farrakhan can move for the touchdown, so that Farrakhan can run the touchdown. That's what I want to do. I want to throw the key block. Throw the key block. Dig in. Just dig in the dirt with this cracker. Down. Breaking Cracker's legs and breaking Cracker's necks, breaking Cracker's backs, so Farrakhan can make it to the goal line and run the touchdown. And the referee say, why don't you tone down, Khaled? They touch me with what they say. I can't tone down. I tried to tone down. God didn't make me to tone down. I can't tone down. I can't bow down. I can't sit down. I can't give up. I can't shut up. God damn it, I must stand up and deal with this. Deal with this. I just want to be Farrakhan's flamethrower. I want to be Farrakhan's flamethrower that will burn up everything that gets in his path. And I say to every cracker under the sound of my voice that we don't believe that anything will happen here tomorrow. We believe that God is with us. We believe that he will be our buckler and our shield, that he will go out with us and he will come in with us and he will put his light above us, beneath us, and all around us. So, black woman, you don't have to worry. We've come to Washington. We've put on the whole armor of God. We don't believe anything would happen. But we say, leave Farrakhan alone tomorrow. If you touch Farrakhan, we will kill everything white that ain't right that's in sight. We will kill everything. Leave Farrakhan alone. Don't touch it. I used to worry. I used to worry about what different people thought about me. But I don't worry no more. As Reverend Shaka Musa Barashango quoting from Jeremiah, I got fire in my bones. I have to fight. I used to worry. Can't worry about it. You got to understand, Black woman, in some of the protest marches, vicious four-legged dogs sicked on us by cold-blooded, vicious, two-legged white dogs leaped up into the bosom of Black women and ripped their breasts. I remember my son Kalfati was not there that day, but my son Farrakhan was 9 years old. I remember at the University of Riverside, University of California in Riverside. Brother Steve Washington was with me. Brother out in the audience, he was there. Brother Larry up here, he was there. Brother Wazir up here, he was there. Brother Stanley 2X, this man right here. Brother Larry, Brother Steve got me safely to the car. Brother Larry was in his beautiful Lexus and blood was everywhere. This man right here, Brother Stanley 2X, looking like a blitzing linebacker. When the gunfire started, when there was the staccato of gunfire in the atmosphere, he never hesitated. He looked like Superman flying through the air with bullets flying everywhere. He was the one that took the gun from James Edward Best and put him on the ground to take the gun from him. A true soldier. Brother Larry, Brother Stanley, Brother Steve, and the brothers from the Crips and the Bloods that day who had taken off their red and their blue and put on their black that day and took bullets that day. But I remember when I heard the gunshots ring out in the atmosphere, I didn't think about myself. My first thought was my 9-year-old little Farrakhan Khalid Muhammad. And I looked for him. I saw them snatch him and cover him, and the gunfire was ringing out in the atmosphere. Oh, Black woman. That day, tomorrow, we can't have our women, our wives, our queens. We can't have you there tomorrow. We don't want our babies there nursing. We don't want our baby buggies and carriages all around. We don't want our toddlers at our feet. Come on, Sister Angela Davis. You're a warrior sister. We love you. You know war. You know revolution. You know this peace. We can't have our babies at our feet. We can't have our babies nursing. We don't believe anything will happen. But if something should happen, we don't want to have to reach for our baby or our wives. We want to be able to stand up, 1 million strong Black men, and drive this cracker in the earth. All praise is due to Allah. All praise is due to Allah. I've got to say this since so many are listening. Now they tell me that C-SPAN is right now playing this live all across the country. You're live right now, all the way live. I'm saying straight up, all the way live, all across the country. We're in the house. So you can just go ballistic now. I have to say, because many of you have not heard from me, when we talk about the Holocaust and the enslavement, genocide, the murder, the robbery, the rape, the loss of over 600 million lives. When we talk about the Middle Passage, when we talk about the murder of our people on the continent in the Caribbean, when we talk about all over the globe, and are now being the most robbed and spoiled people ever recorded in history, and still being murdered today, and the destruction of our youth, and the flooding of our communities with dope, liquor stores everywhere. And as Dr. Ashra Kwesi says, when we have to face the fact that we look to our enemy as our deity because you've given us blonde hair, blue-eyed, pale skin gods to bow down to instead of the true and the living God, for God is real. When we look at all of this, we must say, brothers and sisters, that our unity is most important. Every October 16th, a day of atonement, a day of atonement, high holy day, every year. Brother, where's that t-shirt, brother? Hold it up for us. Brother Sundiata and I were talking. This is a powerful t-shirt here, showing the Kemetic or the ancient Egyptian god, or Neter, we should say. The Neter Hey, which represents 1 million. The Neter Hey, representing 1 million, with the palm branch of eternity on his head. Coming up here, we find that they're coming up out of noon, the primordial waters of chaos. What is that a sign? It's a sign that October 16th, the Million Man March, the Day of Atonement, that we are coming up out of the waters of chaos and confusion, slavery, suffering, and death in white America. And here we have what they call the Washington Monument, which represents the male reproductive organ, the male regenerative organ of Osiris. We know that George Washington never had an erection like this. We know better than this. Why did you say it? Because we must tear down this kind of symbolism in our minds and in our hearts. The symbol of resurrection is the Washington Monument. Can I take a few more minutes and just touch on it and show you how it ties in with the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, with the Black pastors, Black clergy, Black men of the cloth, and Black women, millions of them backing us up, planning, formulating every ideology, every philosophy, every organization, every doctrine. Can I take just a moment? When we study the Medu Neter, when we study ancient Egypt or ancient Kemet, first of all, the first 3 letters of atone are what? A-T-O-N, Aton. Then we go to Akhenaten, who turned up the flame of monotheism, the belief in the one God. He didn't start it, he didn't author it, he turned up the flame. But now another one comes to turn up the flame. In 1995, on October 16th, to move us toward the atonement and move us toward oneness with each other and the one God, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. But let's take a look at the history very quickly. When we look at it, we will find that Osiris, as they call him, or Asar, was set upon, was attacked. His body was cut up into 14 different pieces. He was set upon by 42 conspirators, led by Set, which means Satan in another sense. is where the white man, I should say, gets Satan from. Cut him up into 42 different parts. Who is Asa? Asa is you. Asa is me, black man. We have been divided. We have been separated. We have been dismembered. We have been cut up into many different pieces. And you, black woman, ISIS, you, black woman, Aset, have set out in relentless pursuit. Some of you have come all the way from California. Some have come across the Canadian border. You have come from far and near. Some of you are now looking and listening on your television screen because you want to make your black man whole again. You want to put him back together. You want to find the dismembered pieces and put him back together. So Aset, ISIS, found all of the parts of a man except one part, the regenerative and the reproductive organ. But of course, Aset was so familiar with that part until it didn't present too much of a problem for her to be able to form and fashion that which would serve for the future. And so now the white man in the Vatican in Rome, part of our Holocaust, part of them taking the history, contaminating it, compromising it, thereby corrupting it, setting up their libraries in France and Concord Circle, and now here in Washington, D.C., the devil has taken the symbol, which is a symbol of our resurrection out of chaos. And it's interesting that it will be in the skyline tomorrow, a symbol of our resurrection, a symbol of us. Hey, the Kemetic Netta, representing 1 million coming up out of the primordial waters of chaos and confusion. There's so much more to that. Thank you, sir. I just wanted to touch that. Black woman, we have asked, and black men, that tomorrow be a day of prayer also. That tomorrow, for those across the country who will not be here, that it be a day of fasting and prayer. To our brothers and sisters who are locked down in the jails and in the prisons of the white man, it is a day where we too are in unity with you. We must fight for Brother Mumia. We must fight for Brother Lutula. We must fight for Brother Ruchell McKee. We must fight for Brother Geronimo Pratt. We must fight for Frankie Moore, Zulu, Kofi. We must fight for the countless political prisoners who are locked up falsely by this white man. No white man is qualified, nor white woman, to judge the black man and woman. Your criminal justice system is just that, a criminal justice system. It was set up by criminals, and it is run by criminals today. Judge Ito is a criminal, but he's really a victim. He's an exotic Japanese Tom. I've never seen a Japanese Uncle Tom before. This is an exotic Tom, married to a white woman. Now, we're used to every now and then a black Tom coming up. That's deja vu. But as Mooney or Stickney would say, when you get a Japanese Tom, that's bujade. That's something that ain't never happened before. I know nothing about it. He must have forgot about Nagasaki and Hiroshima and the murder of his people. But a Japanese exotic Tom judge married to a white woman when the defendant was accused of killing a white woman, the police planted evidence. Furman admitted that he plants evidence, perjured himself on the stand, lied. You call it perjury. The cracker lied on the stand. And the other cracker, Van Atta, lied on the stand. All of them are nothing but liars. Look at it. Edo is married not only to a white woman, but married to one of the ranking officers in the Los Angeles PD. Now, how is he going to go home and face his white woman, who is also a policeman, and rule fairly and justly on behalf of Brother OJ? God had to put it into the minds and hearts of those black women, that black man, the Chicano, and for them to be able to prevail over the two white women, I believe, that were on that jury. I do these things. I cover these things for that purpose, to tear down these false images and idols. I was about to say to you that when I made the speech at Keene College, it caused the president, vice president, the Senate to vote 97-0. Second time in history behind my teacher, and in good company, condemned by those crackers, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. And for the first time in history, the full Congress, the House of Representatives, to pass House Resolution 343, condemning me. Governors, mayors, state assemblies, the ADL, the JDL, and a lot of other alphabet organizations, Catholic Church, all of them came out. I did not say as much as a word nor a sentence against, or as little as a word nor as much as a sentence against my teacher, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I studied my uncle's history, Malcolm X, the brother of my spiritual father, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I studied my uncle's history, Al-Hajj Malik al-Shabazz, brother Omar Wali. 30 years ago at the very same time, he was going through the very same thing. And he had already taken this test and left the key to the test, left the answers to the test. And if I couldn't pass the test after he had left the key and left the answer, I wasn't supposed to pass the test. And so by God's grace, see Minister Jeremiah Farad Muhammad here from Dallas. I mentioned Minister Wazir earlier. Minister Jeremiah was speaking about standing the test of time. By God's grace, I was able to come through that, shot down like a dog, but still to stand back up again. Strong in my resolution and commitment that I have ever been before, because now I am sure, more than ever before, that God is with me. He has proven that he is with me. I have gone to the door of death and looked death in the face, and God has brought me back safely and placed my feet on solid ground. So I just trust and lean on him and thank him for sparing my life that I could stand another day at the side of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I close with a couple of more points. For those of you who are worried about work tomorrow, don't worry about work. If the white man's constitution is any kind of way worth the paper that it's written on, this is the time for us to test it one way or the other Attorney Maddox, this is the time for us to test it. It claims freedom of religion. This is a religious day. This is a spiritual day. This is a high holy day. The so-called Jews can have their Yom Kippur. Yom meaning the day of, and Kippur meaning forgiveness. They can have their day of atonement and forgiveness. We don't have to beg the white man. We take this day and declare this day as our high holy day. Don't worry about your job. We'll fight them every day if we have to, and test his so-called Constitution and his Bill of Wrongs, Bill of Rights. Plus, you got sick days. Call in tonight. You got the home number. Call the supervisor or the manager. Call in and tell them, tomorrow I will be sick. I feel the symptoms coming down already. I know that tomorrow, October 16th, I'm going to be sick, so I will not be in to work tomorrow. But if you're bold enough, after 400 years, if you're bold enough and strong enough, you'll just stand up and tell him, this is my high holy day, and I am not coming to work. I'm giving God this day. I'm not giving it to anyone else. I'm giving God October 16th. It's our high holy day. So brothers and sisters, for these past 2 days, we have been here, this Black African Holocaust Nationhood Conference. We had Dr. Jeffries, had Dr. Martin, we've had Professor Steve Coakley and others. Some of you have missed all of that, and we don't want to stay out late tonight. We want to get ready and be prepared for tomorrow. We have Brother Donald Brown up here. The Ku Klux Klan burned his home down in Boston, Massachusetts. Brother Donald right here. We want to organize something up in that part of the country and begin to go to South Boston. South Boston. We know about South Boston. To help our brother out there in that area. The brothers and sisters, I say to you, as the scripture says, there's a lion asleep in Judah. Who will awaken him? Hold your position. Hold your position. There's a lion asleep in Judah. The scripture says, who will awaken him? He's a lion, but the lion is asleep. You cannot rule asleep, black man. The lion asleep in Judah. The Bible says that the people who have walked in darkness have seen a great light. Arise and shine, for thy light is come. Another scripture says, awake, arise, ye men of Zion, shake thyself from the dust. This is your hour, black man. This is your hour, black woman. We shall overcome, yes, we shall overcome, because we will be joint heirs with him, the scripture says, and we shall overcome. But not only shall we overcome, we shall overrun. You'd better listen to the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. You'd better listen, white man, to every one of our religious leaders and various leaders tomorrow, because there's a generation coming up in America today that if you don't listen to our divine leaders who God has anointed and appointed for this hour, there's a generation that's coming up that when we return to Washington, D.C., it won't be 1 million of us, but there'll be millions of black men and women with their God and with their guns returning to Washington, D.C. one day by the power of Almighty God. Listen to Farrakhan. Listen to the organizers of this march.
sit down at the negotiating table, that you might have a stay of execution, white man. But we believe that God will harden your heart, and you will not be granted that stay of execution. Lift every voice and sing. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Lift every voice and sing. But at the same time, brothers and sisters, you better lift every fist and swing too. Thank you for listening, and may Allah bless you. Hold your position. May Allah bless you. Assalamu alaikum.
Saturday on C-SPAN 2, this week's Million Man March. You'll see our coverage of Monday's rally on the Mall in Washington, including all the speeches from the west front of the Capitol, beginning at 6 p.m. Eastern.